She was a big girl, but she started having these issues with her bladder, with her bowel movements. And you'll hear that when they moved into that vehicle, when they started living there, those accidents got worse and they came more often. She wasn't letting the defendant know when she had to go, and she was creating a mess each time. And that rage, the defendant's rage that you'll hear about in this case, grew and grew. And he would hit her, he would strike her each time she had one of those accidents. And that was Harmony's life for 10 days. For 10 days, she lived in a car. For 10 days, she had bathroom accidents. For 10 days, she was unable to control her own body. For 10 days, she was in fear. She was scared because each time she had one of these accidents, the defendant would hit her. The defendant that you saw 2 days ago, a large man, he would hit this. She was 35 pounds in June of 2019. This again is in December. She was tiny. He would hit her. He would strike her with a fist over something she had no control over. And those accidents were getting worse, and they were coming more often. And she was so bruised before her murder that the defendant had to hide her when he went out in public. He would literally take a blanket and cover her up so that she couldn't be seen, and that so no one would know what he had done to her. No one would see those bruises. And that brings us to December 7th of 2019. That day began like any other day for Harmony. They were living in that car. She woke up and she was scared. She was scared because she'd wet herself. She didn't want the defendant to know. She'd wet herself first thing that morning, and she was afraid. And just as she feared what happened, the defendant smelled what she had done. And for that, he hit her. He struck her in the face, and he drove his car. He continued on with his day as if he had done nothing. He struck this little girl in her face, on the side of her head. He continued on as if nothing happened. He drove to the methadone clinic, the clinic that you saw yesterday on The View. And there he and Kayla took turns getting their treatment. You'll hear that Kayla went in first, the defendant stayed in the car, and then the defendant went in. And when the defendant came back to the car, he was hungry. And so he started driving the family's car to the Burger King that you saw yesterday on The View. And as he was pulling out of that parking lot, he smelled something. He smelled that Harmony had had another accident. And that rage that had been building inside of him, it was there. Remember, he was still upset about the earlier accident, that first thing in the morning. And he looked back at Harmony as he was driving, and he said, "Really, Harmony? Again?" And he began striking her. As he was driving, holding onto the wheel, he began punching this little girl repeatedly for something she had no control over. He struck her blow after blow after blow to the side of her small head. And he didn't stop. And you'll hear me say that. He didn't stop. He didn't stop with that first barrage of assaults, of strikes to her small head. He continued. And when he pulled up to a light, he continued hitting her, hit after hit to her small head, blow after blow. Now, during this barrage of strikes, Kayla, who was in the passenger seat, seated next to the defendant, seated in front of Harmony, she put a hand up. She tried to block what this defendant was doing to Harmony. She tried to stop him. You'll hear that in that moment, he looked at her as if to say, "You're next." And she was scared. And she looked forward and she put her hand down, and those strikes to Harmony continued. And when he pulled up to another light as he was driving to that Burger King parking lot, he continued striking her. And after that last strike, he looked at Kayla and he said, "I think I really hurt her this time. I think I really hurt her this time. I think I did something."
Stop telling me that you need to stay.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Everybody ready for this trial? I'm ready for something to happen in this trial because it doesn't seem like there's much happening. How's everybody doing this morning? Hello, Nikita. How are you? I want heart to touch. Always late. Angel Loader. Mustang Mama. Diamonds Creation. Hello, Believe. Come on, everybody. Come on in. Get ready for this trial to start up here. It's going to be a little bit. I started early this morning because the early bird gets the worm. Hey, Sagittarius Mama. So who do you all think will be on stand today? Do you think it'll be, hello, Diana Parker. Hello. Do you think it will be Kayla? Do you think Kayla will be back on the stand again? Do you think they'll get a hold of her again? Or do you think she's going to get out scot-free? It is cold this morning, y'all. I am freezing. I got my footsies on and everything. I'm still cold. What do y'all think? Do y'all think that it'll be um for little Audrey's case? Y'all want to update on her this morning while we're waiting? Oh, Diamonds, thank you for being a member of the Critters Crime family. Thank you, Diamonds. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you guys. Always like said, so heartbreaking. I'm glad God took poor Harmony out of her hell on earth. Shame on every friend, family member in her life for letting her down. I agree, always late. Renewed your membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Probably more expert. I don't know. I hope so. Or I hope something's exciting today. Oh, thank you for gifting a membership, Diamond. Thank you. Let me see here in a minute. I'll let you see. Thank you for gifting a membership and support my channel, y'all, because these videos get flagged. I don't know what it is, but they get flagged. So I think I had like $2 for like a 7-hour live one time. Like, I don't make very much money off these lives, but I'm still bringing awareness to this case. So guess what? I'm still going to get up early and do this case no matter what. Let me see here who got the. Let's see who got the membership. Lakeita! Yeah! Lakeita gets the membership. Woo-hoo! Thank you, Diamond. Good morning, Susan. Good morning, Gail. Yay! We're up bright and early with the cowbell this morning, y'all. Bright and early with the cowbell. Thank you so much, Diamond. Yay! Nikita, I thought you was a mod. Ain't you got a thing? Nikita? I thought you were a mod on here. Do you not have a wrench? Hang on. I thought Nikita had a wrench. Let me add her to moderator. I don't know what happened. You lost your wrench? How? It's back now? I thought you had one. I don't know what happened. What happened to your wrench? I don't know what happened. That's weird. It, unless I didn't give it to you on this channel, I forgot to give it to you on this channel and gave it to you on the other, but I thought you had both. Hello, Michelle Tucker. Hello, 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 hello. There was, as a surprise witness at the last minute, someone came forward. I'm excited to see who it is. I don't know what happened to her wrench, but I just gave it back to you, Nikita. I don't know. I don't know what happened. That's weird. Unless I gave it to you on the Daisy's farm and forgot to give it to you on here. That's really weird. Oh, thank you. Always late. Thank you for the $5 membership or $5 super chat. Thank you for covering this, Daisy. Everyone hit that thumbs up. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, always late. Let me highlight that. Thank you, always late. Yeah, thank you guys for supporting my channel. I was trying to gift a membership and I somehow deleted all my subscriptions. Oh, I'm sorry, Nikita. I remember you talking about it. I don't know what happened. It caused you to get your wrench and everything. I just gave it back to you. That must have been what it was. Hey, Lone Star, welcome. Thank you so much. Always late. Thank you guys so much. You're welcome, Nikita. Thank you for being a mod for me. Thank you so much. God bless you. I love each and every one of y'all. And I don't know what happened. It's weird how that happened. YouTube has been holding back on my live streams too and my content. Good morning, Debbie Nelson. Well, you have gained more subscribers, Miss Daisy. I know I have, but not like I would want to. Because on other social medias, like some of my videos, like the one I posted yesterday's got thousands of views. And on here, it's just like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes they're holding me back. Good morning, Kiki's. Hello, Sharon. Lone Star. Come on in, everybody. We're getting ready for this trial this morning. Yeah. Yeah, here is my TikTok here. If anybody wants to go and follow my TikTok, we have to have a 10,000 followers to be able to go live over there. So I got a long ways to go. But, you know, hey, I'm getting the views. So that's one thing that matters. There is, and I feel confident that God's moving because I've been praying for God to bless my channels. And hey, Sharon Conway, how are you? And the one thing that I'm gonna have to do to keep my channel to be blessed is avoid all conflict at all costs. No matter who makes live streams about me, I'm just gonna have to quit just addressing it because it's just too much. Good morning, yo baby blondie. Welcome, welcome. Come on in. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Come on in. Y'all, let's hope this case today, they'll have something interesting. Like I think they went through basically a lot of forensics last week. Had a new witness come forward, so hopefully that'll be a good one. Good, Sharon. Good, good. I hope you got my message from before this Sunday. I asked our church to pray for you, Christine Summer, and all the missing children. Aw, I didn't see it, Kiki's, but thank you so much for that. I thought it said 10,000 views, not 10,000 followers on TikTok to go live. Are you sure it's not that on TikTok, Diamonds? I thought it said 10,000. Just 1,000 to go live on TikTok? Are you sure? Because thought I read it was 10,000. I was like, dang, I got a long way to go. But they don't restrict your stuff over there, so I mean, I don't know. I'll have to recheck it out. If that's the case, I'm almost there. Um, definitely, definitely. So yeah, you all, Harmony's case. I'm just interested in what's going on and what's going to happen today during the court proceedings. And I'm able to go live, and it was only 1,000. Okay, maybe I misread it. I'm sorry. Maybe I misread it, Diamonds. I know one of my videos the other day got 26,000 views on it. So I'm like, woo, mama. And the video I posted yesterday's already got 8,000 views. So I'm like, yeah. Hey, Shauna. Hey, Angela. Good morning. Yes, Diamonds, it is correct. Dolly is waiting for his to get to 1,000 so he can go live too. Oh, that's awesome. I hope Dolly gets there pretty soon. I'll probably have to go over there and follow Dolly because I like Dolly. Good morning, Gail. Good morning, y'all. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. I can go over on Dolly's channel and like go into his chat, and people don't attack me. Like they're very respectful. Even people that's from these other channels, they do respect me. I don't know. Maybe because Dolly won't let them be mean. His channel won't let people be mean to other people, but it it makes me feel better that I can actually go in there and chat and not be attacked by people. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. We got dirty last night on Daisy's Diamond. I'm like, where's Diamond? Y'all got off on a soapbox over last night. Yo, I thought I was on Jinkies for a minute there. But yeah. It was kind of funny. It was a good laugh. I think it was. I'm going to be off my phone for a few days. I have to go to Florida and get my brother. I believe everybody knows about the situation. Or bringing him home. I won't be on my phone much. Okay. I don't get on TikTok. I had terrifying experience. Oh no, Angela. Come on in, everybody. Let's see if Court TV is getting ready to. Good morning, Lisa B. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Good morning. Good morning. Have you have a safe trip? Yes, have a safe trip. Kikis. Let me see if I can go ahead and pull up Court TV. This morning, I had already put the credit in the description this morning just to give them some credit. I always want to give them credit because they let us live stream and don't give us a hard time. So, of course, I'm going to give them credit. And I'm very grateful that we have places like Court TV that we can actually like live stream from. So, yeah, there I am in the corner. Just waiting for the trial to start. I don't know what happened. I didn't know, Nikita, the other day that it took your wrench too. It wasn't until I was watching this and I was like, what the hell? Where's her wrench? Hey, Misty Ray. Hello, hello, hello. I had no idea they took it. Yeah, she gave it back to me. I didn't know what happened, babe. I'm so sorry. Because see, it won't show me on this. Like when I get on this platform right here where I can actually click on something like this and review it, it doesn't show y'all's wrenches. It's not until I get on there to look and see, like, I have to go to a separate page and pull it up. And then I'll be able to give people their wrenches and see people's wrenches. So I couldn't see that you didn't have a wrench. And I'm so sorry about that. It's not until I looked and seen, well, Nikita don't have a wrench. I'm traveling for work today, so great opportunity to listen while I work. Okay, Misty. Hey, good morning, Bless Lulu. There's Loves to Lurk. Hello, 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 hello. YouTube is jacked up. I agree, Diamonds. It is jacked up. I mean, I should be able to see all his wrenches from this page right here, but I can't. And that's weird. Maybe it's StreamYard. Does anyone know who the new witness is? Did they call that? We don't know yet, but hopefully they'll let us know today. I pray they do, Angela. It was something that I did, Miss Daisy, not something anyone else did. I know, but I wished I would have known that earlier. I know that you said that you lost your membership, but I didn't know you lost your wrench too. So I'm glad I seen that this morning. And I'm hey Fonda Cheese Man. Hello, 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 hello. But anytime that something like that happens, you guys let me know because like I said, on this main page, I cannot see. It's not until I bring it up, like I'm actually someone else watching, that I can see that the wrenches is gone. But on this main page, I can't see it for some weird reason. And I guess it's StreamYard that does it. It's not really YouTube. I guess it would be StreamYard. I guess. I don't know. I didn't see my paperwork for the new witness. You didn't see any paperwork for that? I don't know, but they said they were talking about it last week. So hopefully they'll have it this week. Um, they're out doing a search this morning, you guys, for little Audrey. Early this morning they started it back up again. So hopefully, hopefully that man will come forward and say something. If she's alive, he's going to have to do something, because if he's hiding her out somewhere, he cannot let her. I'm going to turn this purple for Harmony. He cannot let her like stay without, like, if he's got her in a house or something like that, he cannot like leave her for long periods of time. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to have to tell, or unless someone's working with him. That's what I was thinking. Good morning, Michelle Tucker.
With iBuyDirect's virtual try-on, you can try over 3,000 styles with your mobile device.
Hang on. Oh, well, they're back there. Hang on. Let me turn this back on. Headed to the doctor's appointment today. I am in stage 2 with my cancer. Thank God it's just stage 2. Thank God. After they took my pancreas and spleen, still need chemo. Well, we're praying for you, Michelle. We love you, honey, and thank God it's not spread anywhere else. Thank you, Lord. And just take it day by day, Michelle, and let the Lord carry you, baby. Just let God carry you through this, Michelle. And we're praying for you, okay? And I hope you have a good day, and I hope you get good news. It's okay, Daisy. I'm not very good mod anyway. Oh, you're fine. You support my channel, and you're awesome. We need to get some notifications out, please. Diamond says, Daddy had duties last night, Miss Daisy. One job, make sure the girls get to bed on time. I wake up 3 a.m. and they're both still up trying to get them settled for class. Send prayers. Prayers for you, Diamonds. I'm behind on chat a little bit, you guys, so hang on just a second. Loves to Lurk says Tuesday they called on, so Kayla's mom, the plug, it has to do with one of them, maybe a neighbor, if I was betting woman. Many they call, so Kayla's mom the plug. Okay. Yes, prayers for Audrey. Y'all, let me get caught up on chat. I'm really behind. Hang on. Hey Zigzag. I'm sorry I'm not reading all y'all's comments. I'm behind on chat. Okay. Hello, Mama 4. You're welcome, Michelle. We love you, honey. We're praying for you, okay? We are. Let's see. Diamond says, do you like to spend your hubby's money? Want to learn how to create cute? Oh, okay. So she's just advertising. I was wondering. I'm glad I'm not the only one always late. Okay, so I'm caught up on the chat, you all. So it looks like that it's getting ready to start here pretty soon, hopefully. Well, we still got 10 minutes, so spend your husband's money. Listen, y'all, we were talking about Lorraine Bobbitt last night. I don't know what in the world got us on that subject, but it was awful. Y'all, I am freezing this morning, and I don't even know where half my darn blankets is. I believe Bub packs them upstairs to his bedroom, because that one Frankie bought me, it's real thick and warm, and I can't find it. So I believe Bub takes it. Good morning, sweet D. Morning, DD. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, I bet Bub took my cow blanket. No, right here it is. He does that. One day he took it upstairs, and I'm like, oh, that's my good cow blanket. You can't take it. I can't have nothing. That poor boy gets into everything I got. Lord of mercy. That's a boy though. Boys are boys. Good morning, Broken Wing. Hello, how are you, sweetie? Hi, friends. I have a lot of meetings this morning, but wanted to say hi and check in when I can. Okay, Broken Wing. Thank you for coming in this morning. Thank you. Hope you have a good day at work. Good morning, None Your Business. Good morning. Come on in. Good morning, Shit Shaker. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Come on, everybody. I'm crashing through the windshield. I know, you guys, it's something else. I'm here just getting my coffee stuff ready. Good morning, Cassie. Good morning. Good morning. Come on in, everybody. Daisy, Dee Dee had company last night and had to leave the room. She was laughing so hard. Oh my goodness. Y'all, I don't know what got us on that subject last night. It was not a good subject though. It was kind of funny though, but when you cover these cases, I mean, you need a good laugh every once in a while. I think generally we're not dirty minded over here, and we don't talk dirty, but it was funny and it's true. It's not like it's not true. It happened. So, yeah. I mean, that's just what happens sometimes. I was Miss Daisy. I didn't want to wake everyone up. Oh no, I'm sorry for making you laugh last night. It was Danny was coming in talking about crazy stuff. She said, so she was giving it a name. You've forgotten all about that case. What, the Lorraine Bobbitt case? Yeah, that was a bad case. Good morning, Twins Heart 99. Y'all come on in. Come on in. Good morning, Sharon Conway. We weren't on it long, just enough to give every much needed laugh. I know. It was the crack in the hog comment. That's what done it. Danny got us on that one. I do, talking about castration for abuse on children. Oh, that's what got us on it, right? Daisy, I absolutely love to hear your laugh like you were last night. I was laughing at you laughing. I know sometimes I get started, just sometimes people can get me started laughing, and I don't know what it is, but I start laughing. It is so funny. Good morning, Polly Pam. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, thank you, Twin Heart 99. Thank you for being a member. Thank you. God bless you. Welcome to the Critters Crime family. Thank you so much. Thank you for becoming a member. God bless you. I am going to start doing members only lives too, you all. I think a majority of our peeps are members because our wonderful mods and people that support our channel gives a lot of memberships. So people that can't afford to become members can be members. And I'm very, very, very grateful for that. And thank you guys so much. And I would like to try to bring you all more content to the member only lives. I just feel so guilty when people can't afford it. It just makes me sad I feel like I'm leaving them out. Oh, thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you for being so kind to everyone. You have a beautiful heart. Oh, Nikita. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you for supporting my channel. God bless you. You know, that cowbell's gonna wake everybody up this morning. Thank you, Nikita. Thank you, guys. God bless you so much. Woohoo! So, listen, y'all, we gotta get some something. We got to get this trial going. We got to get. I wish they would get on to Adam and make him show up this morning. Yes, thank you so much, Nikita. God bless you guys so much. Thank you so much for supporting my channel. Like I said, a majority of these channels get flagged. The Harmony ones, almost every one of them gets flagged. I don't know why, but they won't even show them. Like when I share it on Facebook, it shows a cow instead of Harmony's picture. We need to know emojis. I ain't figured out how to do that yet, Diamonds. I've tried and I was like, it's too complicated for my brain right now. I tried it and I was like, what in the world? I gotta get Sissy's phone fixed, Miss Daisy. I don't think she ever got it figured out to be a member. Yeah, I don't know. I never thought about that. She's got an old phone. She needs an update. Thank you for changing the pictures of Harmony on your thumbnail. I'm so tired of seeing the same one photos of Harmony floating around. The ones are nice to see. Well, on the thumbnail, I know she loves Mickey Mouse and she never got to go to Disney. So I added I put a little Mickey Mouse hat onto her. I don't know if you noticed it or not, but I put like a little Minnie Mouse ears on her. I have a dog from HELL wakes me up at 5 every morning. Oh no. Thank you so much, Nikita. She needs her an iPhone or something. That one she's got. So I would love to buy a membership, but all my extra money is going to be taking care of my brother. I don't know how long we will have him on earth, but I have to do everything I can. Well, just make sure you turn on your be gifted membership. So if someone gifts it, that you'll be able to get a membership. That would be awesome. But I was able to gift memberships the other day. I was able to actually gift 5 memberships. So every month I can gift 5 memberships. So I will be doing that again. I will be gifting more memberships. So turn on your membership. So when I'm available to gift 5 more memberships for free, I'll be able to give you one or whoever's there. Hopefully haters won't be listening in and get it. People that's been mean to Daisy Farm. But hey, you never know what's gonna happen. So, and I want to try to welcome everyone, but there's just some people that has said and done some really mean stuff that's kind of not forgivable. And then there's some that I've unblocked and they turn right around and just be mean. So I just decided to leave them blocked because I don't want to go through the headache of reblocking them for them to. This is how I got a copyright the other day. So yeah. So from now on, I'm just going to leave them blocked. Good morning. Good morning, God's girl. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, my 3 sons. Come on in, everybody. We're getting ready for this trial this morning. It's going to be a long day and a long week. But guess what? The early bird gets the worm. And Daisy is up early, even though I went to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning. So you know what that'll mean. Around 12 o'clock, Daisy will be snoring on here, probably. Listen, I got a little story to tell y'all. I was sleeping last night and I vaguely remember hearing myself making horrible noises. And I remember just a little bit of me putting on or dreaming that I needed my CPAP, but I don't know if I actually put it on. But I know this morning when I woke up, my CPAP was on. So I don't know. I just think that might be the Lord was like helping me somehow because I remember thinking I need it, but I don't actually remember putting the mask on and turning the machine on. But I was grateful for it. TikTok scrolling. Let's see. Hey, Cindy Sparks. They need to off. Oh, yeah. I know a lot of people are upset with Adam. I think Adam, with the things that he has done, what he did, he deserves first degree unaliving charges. And not only does he need to spend the rest of his life in jail, but he needs to be in solitary for a while. You're welcome, Debbie Nelson. You're welcome. I just don't remember actually putting the CPAP on. I think angels help us sometimes and we don't realize that. And I fell asleep listening to that last night. Um, so I don't know. I just think God helps us in so many ways. Yeah. I know it had to be because I remember vaguely waking up and hearing me making those noises and thinking that I need to put it on.
Please be seated.
There we go, y'all.
I understand. We're still waiting.
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Oh, great. Okay.
We'll have to
They've
get
just come in.
somebody
I
with
got
the
it.
iPhone membership thing for you, okay? If one of my mods could put out a copyright place, would be much obliged. Adam ain't there again this morning, of course. Both of his attorneys are there, but he's no, I just don't get it. I don't get it how they can't make him show up for court. I think there's a special iPhone link.
Go for it. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm ready when you are. I apologize for the delay.
That's okay. I just understood that the defense needed to see the court, so I figured I would get ready.
Certainly.
So when you're ready.
If I could just grab one quick file from you right there.
Right?
And
Right, Debbie.
just put these on mute.
Adam needs to be there, you guys. But focusing in on that chair that should be filled with Adam Montgomery. But he gets to skip out. He don't have to face he don't want to face his own freaking trial because he's too ashamed. You know what? He might not have to face the judge in this trial, but when he gets the great white judgment from God, he's going to have to face God, and he can't lie to God. God knows all. God knows exactly what he did to that precious little girl. So it's cold here too. My blow motor went out of my furnace. Oh no. I'm sorry, Nikita. Good morning, Vicky, too. Good morning. Welcome. Come on in, everybody. Welcome and come on in. It's one of the most upsetting thing is that they're pretty much babying Kayla and Adam when these two monsters both of them need to go to jail the rest of their life. I don't think Kayla should get out either. I wonder if Adam is going to be in the courtroom today. It don't look like he's going to be, Gail. It don't look like he is. He does, yeah, he'll have to face God, and maybe that'll be sooner than what we think. You know, I believe we are living in the last days, you guys. I think it's so close more than what we know. But yeah, crazy, 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 crazy. This case is sad and crazy, but at least it's my first court trial on here as a YouTuber, so definitely is an eye opener. We got more court cases coming up. We got Evelyn Boswell. I don't even know when they're going to do that suitcase trial. That's a nightmare all in itself. And then Delphi, I don't think they're ever going to have a trial for Delphi, y'all. I really just don't think that they're going to have a trial for Delphi. At work, won't be able to watch. Just stop by to hit the like. Oh, thank you, Buster. Thank you for coming in and saying hi and supporting the channel by hitting that like button. Thank you so, so much. God bless you for that. Believe said, I still wonder if court thinks Adam would cause a disturbance in the courtroom. That's why he gets that option. You might be right. You might be right. Michelle said, Miss Daisy, your first trial and you're doing amazing. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Thank you. God bless you. I don't feel like I am. I fell asleep a couple times on here and I had to miss out a couple times, but hey, I'm here this morning. Good morning to you all coming in. Please hit that thumbs up and thank you for that. Let's see, I just got a text. Let's see who's texting me. Sorry, you guys. It's 9:05. It is cold in this house, you guys. Cold. And it's supposed to be warm today. Or not warm, but warmer. The sun is out this morning. I gotta go get me some butter from the Amish market today, y'all. I need to go get me some good butter. I'm out of butter. Yum yum. Gotta get some good butter. When Daisy has her baby, I'm gonna milk her and make me some homemade butter. I'm gonna make a big bunch and then I'm gonna put it back and freeze it. I think you can freeze butter, can't you? You can make creamer and butter, cheese, buttermilk, which I don't like buttermilk, but hey, you can do a lot. Let's see. I'm freezing. Hang on, y'all. Ooh, it's cold. And this trial should have already started. What is the holdup? That's what I'd like to know. What is the holdup? Let's see. Okay. Put this on here. Oh, my phone was turned down on it. Let's see here. Can you make biscuits with buttermilk? Yeah, you can make you can you can make biscuits with buttermilk. Yeah, you can do that with buttermilk. That's what I was thinking. You can make biscuits with that. It's okay, okay. But I was reading the text, y'all. I hate when people text me and stuff when I'm on a live stream because it's hard to focus on the live and then the text too. So it can be. The judge sure has a lot of boxes of tissue. I know. People get up there and throw them crocodile tears around. A lot of them do. Why didn't they throw them crocodile tears when they seen that baby was being hurt? You know, I still believe that the guy that sold them drugs knows more. I think he witnessed a lot of abuse that the baby had. He's just too scared to tell it. Hello, good morning, Dana. Come on in. And I think that is it Tracy? Travis. Travis, the guy that rented the U-Haul. I think he helped too. And I do think that Kayla Montgomery knows that Adam dismembered her Harmony in that bathtub that day. Because if you go back and listen closely to her testimony, she'll say bags. And I'm going to clip that. I was going to do that last night and I got sidetracked. But I will clip that for you guys. I don't know what they're doing this morning. They're always just almost, I don't know. Just seems like a freaking circus. Not even a circus. It's just like they're not really aggressive. I just feel like they're not aggressive enough in this trial. And maybe it's because they're not making Adam show up for this trial. I feel like they need to be more aggressive. It's almost like Harmony's not that important. I don't know. Do you all feel that too? Or do you think that they're not being aggressive enough with Kayla and these people? Like, I noted that district attorney on Audrey Cunningham's case, and ooh, she seems like she's a mean old one. So maybe abuse of the course is horrific. It's so sad. I agree, Polly. All I want is Harmony to be found. To Jameson has a place to go to visit and grieve for his sister. I agree. Loves to lurk. And Adam's other three children as well. They loved Harmony, I'm sure. I just don't think that Kayla's mom deserves to have those kids. I really don't think she should have an option. Any of them. I just think those children need to be placed away from that home because look, her mom raised her to be like that. Good morning, Julianne. Good morning. And there's a good chance that that woman knew that Harmony was in that cooler. I just, I don't know. I just think they're letting people buy with too much. There's also so many lunatics that are pro defense in Delphi. I know. I don't know what they're doing with Delphi. That case, I don't know. When they find out what he did to that child, he will get his justice in prison. Also, in my opinion, I don't know. They'll probably put him in a protective thing. Judge is far too something. Well, I can't believe that the judge is not making Adam's butt show up. I would make his tail sit through this whole entire trial. And Kayla too. And I'll be surprised if they don't let her off and not let her, she might not have to testify anymore. Because she don't want to testify. She was on some Xannies when she was testifying. I think when they get up there and testify, they don't need to be under the influence. That's for sure. There's no excuse. She's letting him sit out of court. Why would a judge let him hide? Exactly. I agree. We're all really pissed off about it. I mean, I think that's kind of making a mockery and a joke out of her trial. I'm sorry, but like, why should he have rights to anything? Why should he have rights? And the bad part of it is she told the jury not to judge him. What? Okay. Sorry, I'd be judging him. I mean, like I understand when people has rights, but with a case like this and how horrific this case is, why is it so cold in here, y'all? I'm gonna turn the heat up. Hang on. I'll be right back. I'm freezing. I better not because it's supposed to warm up and I'm gonna end up too hot in here today. And then I'll be snoring on you all this morning. So maybe I shouldn't be. But I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get this courtroom. I don't get any of it. And you know what I think when we have cases like this? That the victim the victim's face should be shown on a TV, that there should be images of that person's face and their life shown throughout the trial. So those people that hurt them can see what what life they took. I know a lot of people don't care that when they do unalive somebody,
Council Pruitt?
but I think that they should have to see the victim's face and their life that they lived and the life that they took away. Like Adam should have to be faced there with pictures of Harmony and her beautiful life, the life that he took from her, the life that he gave her and then took from her. Just because somebody has your DNA does not give you the right to hurt that person, mistreat that person, or abuse that person. And a lot of these parents thinks that they can do that. I always thought the court would go by income of the person to get custody, and I would think Kayla's mom would make very much with her job restoring the furniture. I just believe that Kayla's mom knows more than what she's saying. I agree, Daisy. I've never heard of a judge letting this go on. He definitely should be judged for his actions. I think she's missing the point why they're here. Exactly. It's just, I don't know. Plus, Kayla's mom didn't care if those grandkids lived in a car. Thank you, Believe. Thank you. She knew her daughter was on the substance. She knew. And yet she let those children live like that. That's what I don't get. I think Kayla's mom is just as responsible. I'm sorry. But I really do. I think her mom is just as responsible for those children and the way they lived as Kayla and Adam. And I'm not trying to be mean, you guys. I really ain't. I'm not. I'm just like, I just feel that she is just, they should be more responsible for what they've done. And it's sad that the courts are letting them away with it, in my opinion. And that's my opinion. So yeah. I don't know what they're doing.
Junior Gotti, are we ready?
We are, Your Honor.
Okay.
We may need a tech minute later on for other witnesses, but that shouldn't stop us.
All right. Everybody ready? Attorney Smith, ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Brooks. All right, please bring in the jurors. All rise for the jurors, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Statement calls next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Douglas Small. Your Honor, can we have some headphones for
Yes.
this witness, please?
Can you-
Okay, got it. Yes, sir. Oh, right here.
Just watch your step, Mr. Small.
They don't expand.
You need to be in front of the microphone. Mr. Small,
Yes,
can you hear?
yes.
Okay. Please remain in front of the microphone.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Small, if you could stand and raise your right hand, I'm going to administer an oath. Are you able to hear me clearly?
Reasonably.
Okay. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat and you can make yourself comfortable, sir. When you're ready, if you can start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Douglas Small, Douglas Small.
And Mr. Small, forgive me for asking, but how old are you, sir?
85.
And what city and state do you currently reside in?
Carmel, Maine,
How long have you lived in Carmel, Maine?
all my life.
And sir, what do you currently do for a living?
Well, I'm semi-retired, but I have rental houses and I maintain those.
And you maintain them. Do you do roofing on those houses?
And siding, anything that needs to be done.
At 85.
That's right.
What
I
are
don't
other?
do it all myself.
Okay. What are other positions that you've held in the past in terms of employment?
Boy, I had just about everything going. I learned at a young age, if you're going to live in the state of Maine, you've got to do just about everything, unless you have an education.
Do you own any properties in Carmel, Maine?
I do.
And can you describe those for the jurors, please?
They're just, they're all one family residential homes.
Do you own any large parcels of land?
Have two properties that encompass about 30 acres each.
Is there an old schoolhouse on one of those?
There is.
Is there an old outhouse on one of those properties?
That's the old outhouse that you speak of is in the old schoolhouse. It's a one-room school.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness? I'll speak into a mic.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Small, I'm going to ask, do you know someone named Kelsey Small?
She was my granddaughter.
Okay, and you say she was your granddaughter.
Correct.
Where is she now?
She's in an urn in the cemetery in Carmel, Maine.
Again, I'm sorry to ask this, sir, but when did she pass away?
In March of 22.
So, Mr. Small, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 65. I'm just going to ask if you recognize any of the individuals in this photograph.
It looks like Adam Montgomery in the rear, but I honestly couldn't state that to be a fact.
Okay, and if I can have just another second. Mr. Small, I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 90. Do you recognize the individual depicted in this photograph?
I'd have to have it a little closer.
You can handle it.
Thank you. It certainly looks like Kelsey in the lower bottom.
Kelsey Small.
Kelsey Small.
I can take that back, sir. You mentioned Adam Montgomery. Are you familiar with Mr. Montgomery?
He stayed at my home for several weeks.
Your Honor, may I approach you?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Small, I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual depicted in this?
It looks like Adam.
Adam Montgomery? And you said that Mr. Montgomery stayed at your home?
That's correct.
How long did he stay at your home for, Mr. Small?
There were two periods, and I don't know the date that he arrived the first time, but I drove to Rochester to pick both he and Kelsey up, I believe, on the 11th of November of 21.
Of 2021. And are you aware of Mr. Montgomery, the defendant in this case, staying with other family members of yours?
No, he was at my house both periods.
Do you recall him staying with your daughter, Bessie Small?
There was one night that perhaps, that's my daughter-in-law, but I'm not sure. I go to bed early. Whether he actually stayed overnight or not, I couldn't swear.
Mr. Small, did you ever loan the defendant one of your vehicles?
No,
And how about your granddaughter, Kelsey?
I let her have my Pontiac.
And specifically with respect to late 2021, did you lend Miss Small that Pontiac that you just mentioned?
I told them they could have it to go to Manchester with. Yes,
To come to Manchester?
yes.
And you mentioned that it's a Pontiac, but can you describe it for the jurors, the make, model, if you're able to?
Yeah, it's an old one. It's an 06 Grand Prix.
Do you know the color?
I would call it gray.
Mr. Small, with respect to the properties that you own in Maine, are you aware of searches that were conducted on those properties?
There was one day when a group of detectives, or at least police people, came and went through the old schoolhouse.
Do you know what they were searching for?
At the time, I didn't.
Do you know now?
Well, I suspect that, no, I don't know. But
Hold on, sir. Hold on one moment, please. There's an objection. Hearsay.
Your Honor, so I have a longer response for that. I don't know.
All right, if you have a speaking objection, please approach.
Good morning, sunshine. This is actually the girl that he was dating last, the one that alleged overdosed and died. Kelsey Smallwood, I think it was her name. She was actually the one in the car with Adam when they found Adam when they were looking for Harmony. I don't know if she overdosed or what happened to her, but there was no foul play, they said. So I don't know. But this is her grandfather.
Mr. Small, do you recall how many detectives were present that day?
couldn't swear to that. 4, I believe.
And how long were they there searching?
or in the building itself?
The building and the property.
Yeah. I'd guess that a half hour.
Thank you, Mr. Small. No additional questions for you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Small. I do not have any questions.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this witness be excused.
Without objection.
All right, sir, you may be excused, so I'll ask you just remove your headphones, please. You can just leave them there. We'll take care of them.
Thank you.
Be careful of the wires.
Please, Your Honor. Apologize. Your Honor, the state calls Trooper Brian Hernandez. Trooper Hernandez, if you would remain standing and just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
Good morning,
There's
Your
some
Honor.
water there if you need it. And when you're ready, if you can just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
So I'm Mass State Trooper Brian Hernandez. First name I spell Bryan. Last name I spell Hernandez.
Thank you, Trooper. Obviously, I've called you Trooper. Can you tell these jurors what you currently do for a living?
So I am employed with the Massachusetts State Police. I am currently a detective with the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office.
And sir, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up. It's a big room and all the jurors need to be able to hear you.
Hold it, Your Honor.
Just imagine talking to the back of the room. Can you tell us how long you've been so employed?
So I've been employed with the Mass State Police since 2020. 2020, it's about going on 4 years now. Previously, I was a city cop for the city of Chelsea in Massachusetts. That was from 2014 to 2020.
Prior to 2014, any law enforcement experience?
Prior to 2014, no.
And as far as your current duties and assignments, can you tell the jurors about that?
Yes, I'm currently employed with the Suffolk State Police Detective Unit. We handle homicides. We do major felony crimes as well.
Do you assist in missing person cases?
Occasionally, yes.
Detective, if you can. So during the course of your career as a detective with the Mass State Police, did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance and murder of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
And can you explain to these jurors just your role and participation generally in the case?
Yes, with this case, Manchester PD reached out to Mass State Police. There had areas of interest that they wanted to conduct searches. So they reached out to the Suffolk County District Attorney's office, which we handled as investigators. It was up to me to kind of coordinate with other Mass State Police units, including the Special Emergency Response Team, which is also known as the SIR team. in other Mass State Police units as well.
Did you act as a liaison between the Mass State Police and the Manchester Police Department?
And Attorney Knowles, I'm going to ask you as well to please keep your voice up.
Thank you.
Yes.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor.
You know what kills me is that she's being hateful to the prosecuting attorney and this guy. I mean, she's hateful, but she's not being hateful to anybody else like Adam that needs to be there. She must be in a bad mood this morning because she's being a brat. Have y'all not
And Trooper,
noticed?
if you can just tell us, when did your involvement in this matter begin?
This it begun early September 2022.
During your involvement in this case, did you receive certain toll records related to this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes, you may.
I don't know what this is. Being a brat. So pretty.
So Trooper Hernandez, I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 100A through 100U. I'm just going to ask that you look at each of those in turn and look up when you're done.
I don't know what this is. I don't even know where it came from. I'm gonna put all my cricket stuff in here. In this basket. Put that in here. Stuff in here. That. Okay, this is. This needs to go in the garbage.
Thank you, Trooper. Are you familiar with the items depicted in that?
Yes.
Sorry. Are they fair and accurate based on your memory of the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification as States 100A through U and marked as full and published to the jury.
Without objection.
All right, the ID is stricken. They are entered as of full exhibits and they may be published to the jury.
Thank you. And Your Honor, if we may approach briefly.
Yes?
Sorry, guys. I didn't know the mic was on. I was trying to clean and straighten up and organize stuff. Sorry about that. I was rambling on. I hope y'all didn't hear me cuss or nothing. They could solve the whole being able to hear witnesses and attorneys if they up down the sound system and microphones. Technology is the way ahead. What the courtroom seems to be using. Exactly. They're blaming everybody else, but I think this guy is speaking loudly. I think she's rude this morning. She needs to get off her high horse and focus her energy on Adam Montgomery, not the people that's actually doing the job to bring justice to Harmony. I don't like this judge. I'm sorry, you guys. I just feel like she's not focused. She needs to focus on Adam. You know what I'm saying? She needs to, yeah. Oh shit! I hope I didn't break that. Hang on. Let's see. I'm trying to spring clean a little bit while I'm listening, y'all. So if I'm being noisy, I'm sorry. Let's see here. There we go. But yeah, I don't know. I just think she's on a hateful mood this morning. She seems like she's in a mood, but she needs to focus that mood on Adam Montgomery and not. Oh, the birdies are out today. The birdies are out, and not everybody else, in my opinion. But who am I? Okay, I was wondering what that is. Yeah. Oh, okay. Mm. Why is Clark Kent on the stand? It looks like Clark Kent, don't it? Um, I'm going to keep that. Put that in here. Sorry, y'all. Sounds. Spring clean yesterday. It's nice. Went outside, cleaned my windows. I've not been out today, but hopefully I will be. Objection, Your Honor. Miss Bella, my rat terroristic just. Oh no, Cassie. Let me see. He does look like Clark Kent, don't he? Quite handsome, my sir. Ooh, look at him. He's well
Wait,
defined too. Too young for me. Freezing. Oh, it's cold in this house. Douglas Small was on the witness list. Just went back through. Who's Douglas Small? Oh, Kiki. She's been abusing her toys. And she jumped up next to me and let one fly. I was like, are you serious? Oh, he looks like an undercover serial killer. I don't know. I think he's handsome. I don't know. I think he's handsome. But she's been awful hateful to the prosecuting today, that judge is. It's raining in California. Kelsey's dad, the older man that just went up, I was making sure he wasn't the mysterious witness. Oh, okay. Me neither, sunshine. Me neither. I'm not very thrilled either with her. Like, make Adam come. Don't jump on prosecution because you're having a shitty day. Take it out on Adam Montgomery and make him show up for court. You know? The prosecution is doing everything they can to save this baby. Me too, God's girl. Like, the police detectives and all them, they're trying to get justice for this baby. So she's having a crappy day, in my opinion, and kind of taking it out on Clark Kent and the prosecutor today.
Apologies, Trooper. Would using maps to discuss these locations
saying
that,
it now.
that you searched, the toll information, would that assist these jurors in understanding the locations that you're describing?
Okay.
Do you believe that maps would assist?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
So, Trooper Hernandez, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits
I
145
agree.
through 155. If you could just review each of those.
Good morning, Candace. Could be Cassie. He's a handsome man, I think. He's a young, handsome man. He's very well dressed, very well groomed.
Thank you, Trooper. The areas that you just reviewed, are you familiar with those areas?
Yes.
And is that through your capacity as a law enforcement officer with the Mass State Police?
Yes.
And the records that were just admitted through you, you're familiar with those as well?
Yes.
And again, the maps that you just reviewed, those would help the jurors in understanding the locations that we're going to discuss.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to publish what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 145 through 155.
So if you want to use those as demonstrative exhibits, you may do so. They're not marked as full exhibits, but they may
Thank
be
you.
shown.
So Trooper Hernandez, turning to the toll information, please look at the screen behind you. And if you can just confirm, other than the red sticker on the bottom of the exhibits that you just were handed, is that consistent with what's before you?
Yes.
And what is the image in the top right of that picture? What does it capture?
The license plate.
And can you please read the license plate number of that vehicle? And I'll make it large for you.
So it's Arizona registration AJ78147.
And I think you said this, but it's an Arizona registration.
Correct.
What are the dates and times associated with the violations?
The dates are March 4th, 2020. Times are 4 in the morning at 4:44 a.m. 4:44 a.m. And underneath that same date, March 4th, 2020, it's at 4:45 a.m. The one underneath that one is March 4th, 2020 at 5:25 a.m.
And what are the exit plazas associated with the toll violations?
Tobin Bridge.
And any specific directions associated with the tolls?
So Tobin Bridge Local North, Tobin Bridge Local South, Tobin Bridge Local North.
So you've testified that the maps would assist jurors in understanding these specific locations. And I'm going to place a map on the screen behind you. If you could look at that for a moment, and that should be consistent with States Exhibit, what's marked as States Exhibit 145 for identification. Do you recognize the area depicted in this image?
Yes.
And if you could just describe what the jurors are seeing in this image.
So it's the Tobin Bridge. That's where would you like for me to point?
Yeah, if you don't mind, just and you can get up if you need to. If you can point out the Tobin Bridge area.
Tobin Bridge is in this vicinity right here.
And for those unfamiliar, how would you describe the Tobin Bridge area?
Tobin Bridge is it has tolls, easy pass tolls where it documents when a vehicle goes by it. It's a high traveled highway bridge that leads into like the Boston area into Chelsea.
And you said it leads into the Boston area and Chelsea.
Correct.
Would you say that the Tobin Bridge area is suspended over water, ground, both?
Over water,
Do you know around how long it is?
not sure.
So let's look at the area associated with the tolls. And the zoomed in area. Can you describe what's depicted in this image?
That's where the Easy Pass readers are located. In this vicinity.
And that image is associated with which toll area?
Tobin Bridge.
All right. And how about this image?
That is also part of the Tobin Bridge as well.
Okay. And if you don't mind just pointing to the
This area.
and the area that you just pointed to, is that a specific toll?
Correct.
And this one.
Same with this. This is a toll as well. Tobin Bridge area.
So, Trooper, I'd like to discuss specific searches that your unit conducted related to this case, the search for the body of Harmony Montgomery. Can you just discuss the Massachusetts Special Emergency Response Team, or CERT?
You want me to? Could you just repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Can you just discuss the CERT team, the CERT team for Massachusetts?
So
Massachusetts.
So the CERT team, which is the Special Emergency Response Team, they specialize in conducting searches for all sorts of reasons. They assisted in this. They were a major part in this. They normally go out with, they went out with us this time, and they were the ones that were tracking down locations where we were searching, essentially.
Specifically with the CERT team, do they search a particular area, water, land, air, all?
All.
So they have access to airplanes, helicopters.
Yes, some of the units that the CERT team uses are K9. They use Massachusetts Dive Team as well, the Mass State Police Air Wing Unit.
And can you please describe for the jurors just the searches that were conducted by the CERT team, again, looking for the body of Harmony Montgomery?
Would you like the locations?
And I'll actually put them up on the screen behind you. So if you can discuss, beginning with Route 101 near the Tobin Bridge, and that search location.
So the 107, Route 107, that was done, that was conducted from the area of Revere to the Saugus line. Both Revere is a city and town, and the Saugus as well. So that vicinity of 107 was conducted by the CERT team.
And can you just point that area out on the map behind you, please?
So this was
How about Broad Sound Tuna Club area?
that was conducted also by the CERT team, which is this vicinity right here. Dive team also assisted.
The dive team also assisted. How about canines? Were they present for that?
Not sure if K9 was present that day.
Are you familiar with this search of the Sales Creek area?
Yes,
related to the search for the body of Harmony Montgomery.
correct.
And can you point that out on the map as well? Bridge Pizzeria area. Are you familiar with the search conducted by the CERT team, again, related to this case?
Yes, that was done in Revere. City of Revere.
And you said specifically in Revere.
Correct.
How about the marsh on the, well, there it is on the map.
Mhm.
Are you familiar with this search?
Yes.
And can you just describe it to the jurors, please?
So the march area that was searched was this vicinity right here, along with also this vicinity here, the large area.
And what went into that search?
It was split up in multiple days, in 2 days. With that, it was a lot of law enforcement personnel from Manchester PD, also detectives from other counties, because it went into the Essex County, which is Saugus, the CERT team as well, along with K9.
And so, in your role, your involvement in this case, how do you set up a search like this?
So it's pretty much wherever the PD is interested in searching. At this point, it was Manchester PD had locations of interest. Based off of that, I relayed that information over to the commander for the CERT team, which is Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara. He's the one that got the additional units to kind of assist with it.
And I think you said this already, but there were multiple agencies present for these searches. Is that right?
Correct.
State and federal.
Correct.
The searches that you participated in, how long did those last typically?
So the marsh area was a very big area. The Rumney Marsh Reservation, it lasted about 8 hours each day, and it was done within 2 days.
Each day was about 8 hours.
Yes,
How many individuals participated roughly?
roughly, easily over 30 law enforcement.
Detective Hernandez, I want to turn your attention to a specific search in this case. That's the area of Rumney Marsh in Revere. Are you familiar with the search of that location?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors about the search of that specific location?
Yeah, Rumney Marsh is wetland. There's a lot of grass, tall grass there. And that was done, like I said, that was done on 2 days. We split them up in 2 days. One of the days was on September 18th, 2022. My apologies. And the following search was conducted in April 7th, 2023.
Okay, so 2 specific days, September 18th, 22, and April 7th of 23. And can you point the specific locations out for each of the searches on the map?
Yes. So one of the areas was this vicinity right here, close to Copeland Circle and Revere. Another one was right in this vicinity right here, which would be right behind the Northgate Plaza in Revere as well. And this area right here was conducted as well, which that was goes into the town of Saugus.
And Trooper Hernandez, can you just describe the towns that are bordering that area, that are surrounding the areas of those searches?
The areas, so it's the city of Revere, borders was one of the areas where it's conducted the searches, and also the town of Saugus.
You mentioned the Tobin letting out or leading to Chelsea.
Yes.
How far is Chelsea from the Revere area?
Chelsea is about 10 minutes away from Revere. 10, 15 minutes away from Revere.
During any of these searches, was the body of Harvey Montgomery located?
No.
Thank you, Trooper Hernandez. No additional questions for you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. I have no questions, Trooper.
Good morning, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this witness be excused.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if we could approach on the next witness, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
So here we are with another break, of course. Good morning, Minnie McGee. Miss Christine, I was getting ready to message you. Nothing much yet. They just had a detective on here that looked like Clark Kemp. Hang on just a second, y'all. I'm getting a phone call.
and gentlemen, it looks like we're going to have to take a short recess. We will bring you in as soon as we can. Don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up any locations on the maps. And as I say, we will bring you back as soon as we can. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, counsel, approach for just.
Well, here we go. Another break, y'all. How do y'all feel about that? It's crazy. My kid's dad, who was married to for 15 years, never got to meet his grandchildren. It makes me sad. Addiction is a thief. Yes, it is. And I'm sorry about that, Mandy. Good morning, Zigzag. That's sad. Drug addiction is so sad. Sorry, I'm talking. Okay, guys. Yeah, it's crazy. Break, 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 break. That's all they do all day is break. It's like that judge needs to be on a break. Like she's got a small bladder or something. I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like that judge is just not. She takes it out on the wrong people. She does. I don't know. Laura P sent me a pretty little saying this morning. Thank you, Laura P. I'm checking my messages, y'all, right now, so I'm sorry. Everywhere's a break. I know most of the day are breaks. Most of this morning's been breaks. So I don't know. Let's see, Bless Lulu sent me something. Oh, she's got shingles, and that looks bad, 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 bad. That looks so painful. It looks really painful. From last night. Christine, we missed you, honey. Where you been? I'm trying to check my messages and talk to y'all at the same time because I get a lot of messages, so it's hard to reply to all the messages, y'all. So if I don't reply to your messages, it's not that I'm being rude or mean. It's just I get a lot of messages and they're hard to keep up with. But I do get to them eventually. I try to get to all my messages. And I try to check on people like Miss Veronica. I need to check on her. She was on here last night. Hey, Angie. And Michelle was in here today. So she's going to the doctor. Prayers for her. Making videos and spending time with grandma. Oh, that's good. Try to get outside today if it's pretty, Christine. Get some sunshine. Shingles is very painful. Yes, I've heard they are. I've never had them. I had the chicken pox when I was younger, but I've never had the shingles. But I'll tell you one thing, I'm very, very freezing. And I've got my fuzzy, big, thick socks on, and my feet are still cold. So, yeah, this case wouldn't be so bad if they were just not taking breaks, just very not like aggressive in this case. I just feel like they're just like, let's, I don't know. I just feel like this is a child's life and that I think they should be more aggressive, like as far as questioning, especially like people like the drug addict that sold them, the drug dealer that sold them the medicine that caused them to abuse the baby. Good morning, Shauna. Good morning. Hang on just a second, y'all. I agree with you, Daisy, about the judge. I just feel like today she's in a bad mood, and maybe the law states in Massachusetts that you don't have to show up, and maybe she has no control over that. So I can't really say a lot about it, but I just feel like he should be made to show up for court. Let's see. New Hampshire's judicial branch has very good links with all the court documents that's still being put out daily. If anyone needs it, just type into Google State of New Hampshire versus Adam Montgomery if anyone needs it. Thank you so much, Loves to Lurk. Thank you, thank you. I know you've been following this case from the beginning. Loves to Lurk has been our boots on the ground for this case from the beginning. Yeah, so maybe the judge has no control over that. So I probably shouldn't be judging her. Judge Daisy. I don't know, but I just feel like the prosecution could be a little bit more aggressive in this case. And I think that Adam's butt needs to be there. That's what I think. But who am I? I'm just a law abiding, tax paying citizen. So I I have no say in this little world. I'm just a speck on the map. Just a speck on the map. But I think we had some good discussions last night about Harmony's case and about a little Audrey. The search is continued with Audrey this morning, y'all. And during break, we might do that. We might put on an update on the case. There was one this morning, but they were just that they were going back out searching. But I pray that they find her. I pray that that they'll find this little girl, but I don't know. I don't know if they're going to or not. Honestly, I really don't know if they're going to find the little Audrey girl. There is documents providing the rules that Adam can refuse transportation. Basically, what the judge says, but I assume he will have to show if he is called by the state. He can't get around that. Well, I hope they do call him in. He needs to be called. She does seem like she has been in a bad mood this whole trial. Yeah, maybe she's starting to realize it's starting to sink in what really happened to Harmony. Adam should be required to be there because he doesn't want to be strip search. He should be strip searched every day until he shows up. I agree, Christine. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they should have any rights when they hurt a child. But who knows? You know, we don't know for sure in the Delphi case if um we don't know for sure if Richard Allen actually had, now that everything else has come out to do with the case, but they he seems to not be getting a lot of attention. I mean, getting treated very well in jail. My TikTok is called Daisy's Farm. Daisy's Farm. Hey, Laura V. And it's on I've got a video posted on my community post from my TikTok if y'all want to watch it. But yeah, I want to, while we're waiting for them to come back, I'm going to show you all an update on uh, what's going on with little girl. Uh-oh, y'all, I'm getting a call. Hang on just a second, y'all. Hey, sissy.
All right, I'm going to work. Go ahead and say a prayer.
Okay, Father God, I come to you in the name of Jesus. And Lord, I ask you for all my sins. And Father God, in the name of Jesus, I ask you to watch over and protect my babies today. And Lord, keep them safe throughout. And let the Holy Spirit guide them today. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. All right, I'm getting off here. Bye.
Be careful, my baby. Love you.
Last 5 days, searching both land and water for the young girl who never got onto the school bus on Thursday morning. Now, the main person of interest in her disappearance is 42-year-old Stephen McDougal. He is in the Polk County Jail on an unrelated assault charge. Now, Rochelle Turner is live from the Trinity River boat ramp off of US 59 in Goodrich, where crews they've already begun searching this morning, Rochelle?
Haley, good morning. That's right. We've already seen several agencies driving past the Sheriff's Deputy Patrol car that you see behind me now. We were actually beyond that road around about 4 o'clock this morning when we first got out here, and we did see some crews out there searching, but they asked us to come back to this area where we are now because it's still an active investigation. But this morning, we're learning more about the person of interest, Don Stephen McDougal, and his previous involvement involving an underage girl that landed him in prison 16 years ago. The main person of interest linked to the disappearance of Audrey Cunningham is in jail on a $500,000 bond for an unrelated assault charge. Stephen McDougal has a laundry list of criminal charges, including enticing a child back in 2008, where he pled guilty. A grand jury indictment obtained by KPRC shows he attempted to engage in sexual conduct with a girl under 17 when he got in bed with her and pulled her pajama bottoms and panties down. Despite that,
McDougal is not required to register as a sex offender.
Investigators say McDougal was likely the last person to see Audrey on Thursday morning, and he admitted to leaving the house with her, but he hasn't said whether she made it to the bus stop. He lived in a camper behind Audrey's father's and grandmother's home and sometimes took her to the bus stop or school if she missed it.
He was a friend of the family, a friend of the father, and he was allowed to live there in a trailer behind the house.
As crews continue to search for little Audrey, investigators are asking for any surveillance video of McDougal's 2003 Chevy Suburban from the area of FM 3126 between the hours of 6:30 and 8 a.m. on Thursday, as they piece together McDougal's activities around the time little Audrey disappeared.
I'm hoping and praying that she's still alive. I am not giving up hope that we'll be able to bring Audrey home.
And investigators also told us that they are also looking into the possibility that McDougal is also a part of the Aryan Brotherhood, which is a racist white supremacist prison gang. Now, we know that he is still in jail on a $500,000 bond on that unrelated assault charge. Now, we also know that officials have also increased the reward money to $10,000 to try to bring little Audrey back home.
Yeah, Rochelle, what about that blue Suburban that everybody was looking for? I mean, are they still looking for that? Have police found that vehicle yet? Has that provided any more clues, basically?
Ailey, at this hour, they're still asking people who live in that area off of FM 1360 to try to look to see if they have any surveillance video of that blue Chevrolet SUV. That is going to be what can help investigators try to piece together the timeline of where he was after he was reportedly supposed to drop off Audrey at home. Now, the sheriff did say that he is providing some clues to investigators, and at times he is cooperating, but it's still a lot of questions about where this little girl may be.
Yeah, and so they haven't yet found that vehicle, which could help provide clues. And then I know you said that you tried to get a little bit closer to where they're searching today. Were you able to see anything before police told you that you needed to stay behind, I guess, behind that sheriff deputy right there?
It was a little dark, but we did see 3 sheriff's deputies, and we could tell they were using some flashlights out there to try to search in what it seemed or what it looked like a wooded area. But we were only out there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes before they asked us to kind of come back up here. But we know that they're going to be back out here this morning. We've already seen Livingston police. We've seen Texas AquaSearch vehicles, as well as several boats, and they're going to be back out here in the Trinity River trying to find anything. We know that investigators found her backpack earlier this week. I believe it was on Friday, and they finally confirmed that it was hers, but still no sign of this little girl who's just 11 years old. And as you can imagine, this is a tough time for her family and people that know her. They just want her back home.
Yeah, okay, so they finally confirmed that the backpack was hers, which is why they've been so narrowly focused on that area. Thank you, Rochelle.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to show you guys that they've not resumed court yet. That was the latest update on little Audrey's case. We're still waiting for a break, of course. Y'all, I didn't mean for y'all to hear me and my daughter, but yes, I pray for my daughters before they leave to go to work in places. That's something I do. I want hedge protection. I didn't know yet that I had the mute off of it. But yeah, we got to pray for our children, y'all, because, it's really scary. Hang on just a second, y'all, okay? So yeah. Thank you, sweet and sassy. It's just that's just something I do daily. Like I said, we got to stay prayed up. Please, if you all can, also pray for Abigail Rose. She's going through some stuff that she's a little worried about. She's our little family over here, and I worry about her. And she said she needs prayers. So I'm going to pray for her. Y'all, I'm trying to do good this morning, but I'm awake because I went to bed at 3 o'clock this morning, so I'm actually doing better. Love that. My mom died when I was 5. Oh, Christine, yeah, I Want Heart to Touch says that you got something in the mail. I forgot to tell you, but she said you got something in the mail to check your P.O. box. They have his vehicle. Yes, they do have his vehicle. And of course, they're still on break. They're always on break. Hey, always late. How are you? She's a beautiful little girl. I feel as though Audrey is another child that has been failed by her family. From what I've heard, the mother hasn't seen her since she was 4 years old. I don't get it. I don't either. Something's going on with the mother. Something had to. Hang on just a second, y'all. Hey, Brown Bear, I don't know who's testifying. They're taking breaks. Most majority of the morning has been break time. Dee Dee said, I think that's great that you do that, Daisy. I don't know what I would have done without you praying for me and helping so much when my daddy passed away. I always be grateful to you for that. Oh, Dee Dee. I love you, honey. You're such a sweet soul. That was devastating for you. God bless you, honey. Yeah, we got to stay prayed up. When I say we got to stay prayed up, y'all, we got to stay prayed up. The devil's working overtime. He is working overtime on these streets, especially these YouTube streets, but in the world in general, you know. So, well, are they ever going to have court today, or are they just going to keep? Seems like that break comes really fast when you work at a job. You don't usually get breaks till you work 4 hours. Geez, I know. I guess the court's different. Hang on just a second, y'all. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, we are sorry about Dee Dee's daddy. I have an appointment to get my mammogram today. It's been a year. I hope everything goes well, Nikita. I love you too, Dee Dee. Hang on, y'all. That's Crystal right there, I think. Crystal. Harmony's mom. She showed up. Where the hell's Adam? Oh, we all need to fight to have laws changed. All crimes against children offenders needs to be placed in a lifetime registry. I agree. Well, you heard just what they said that the guy did to that girl that should have been a sexual predator offense in my opinion. But of course they didn't. That's true, Debbie. That's true. I agree on that one. I think that's a mistake that she made with Harmony. She's going to regret the rest of her life way after this trial, that she's going to know that she failed her daughter and that her daughter left this world in a horrific way. Oh, I'm sorry, Christine. I wish you don't have to go. Is tomorrow the hard chemo? Is the hard chemo tomorrow, Christine? we're going out to lunch today with my brother who has cancer. His C was doing horrible, his surgery and chemo, but he's doing so much better now. Good. Exit, sorry. Good morning, Hillbilly 29. Good morning, honey. I hope you're doing okay. Christine, are you having that hardcore chemo tomorrow? I know it's probably about time for you to have that stuff. She's got long hair. Oh, we love Abigail, y'all. Y'all, my feet is froze, and I got fuzzy slippers on and blankets, and my feet's freezing. I done had my coffee this morning, Brown Bear, and it was strong. If I was Crystal, I would be so mad that Adam didn't show up. I'd be so mad. I wonder if that's her attorney sitting by her. Let's see. Sounds like a circulation issue. I think it is too. It is. Thank you. Tomorrow is the 10th treatment, not until the 13th will be the Red Devil. So you don't got much longer to go, baby girl.
It's a marathon for sure.
Thank you, sweet and sassy. Oh my goodness, sweet and sassy. Well, hopefully they'll have court now because it's been most of the morning's been breaks and stuff. So hopefully they'll have court. Me too. Always late. I feel like Crystal failed her. I think that's something that she'll have to live with the rest of her life. Is that she failed Harmony, and I mean it's a mistake that I know she struggled with addiction and stuff, but I don't know. I I just felt like she could have done more. But hey, I can't judge
Everybody
people,
ready?
but
We are, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. And Ms., the next witness is up here. We're just going to
here we
bring
go,
you
guys.
once the jury is seated. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Please.
All right. All rise for the jurors, please.
Oh my goodness, Davey, that's cute. Oh my goodness. Good morning, Audrey P. Nothing. They've had
Please be
breaks all
seated.
morning.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Ms. Rebecca Maines to the stand, please.
Oh, she's an inmate. You think she's a witness? You think she might be the?
Good morning, Miss Maines. If you would go right over to where the bailiff is, please, and watch your step on the cords.
Looks like she's in the same jail as Kayla. They got the same outfits on.
Just be careful of the cords, please.
I bet this is the.
And Miss Maines, if you would remain standing and please raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. There's water there if you would like it at any point in time, okay? Ms. Maines, because we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first name and your last name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Rebecca, Rebecca, and my last name is Maines, Maines.
And Ms. Maines, you reside in New Hampshire, correct?
I do.
How long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
49 years.
49 years. Currently, it's my understanding that you're staying at the New Hampshire State Prison for Women. Is that correct?
I am back on a parole violation, yes.
Okay. And what is your anticipated release date?
April 15th.
And just to get this out of the way, with regards to previous convictions that you've had, it's my understanding you've had convictions for a series of theft by unauthorized takings and one count of credit card fraud, all between 2016 and 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct.
During that time period between 2016 and 2019, what were you battling with?
I'm a heroin addict.
And how long have you been in recovery?
10 months today.
Congratulations on
Thank
that.
you.
With regards to your work history prior to using heroin, what sort of jobs did you hold?
I was in the medical field.
And what did you do in the medical field?
I was a nurse.
Do you know a person by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I do.
Okay. Where did you first meet Adam Montgomery?
I met him in Manchester in 2022. We were both part of the sober community.
Sober community?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's Memory Stakes Exhibit 101. I see that you're nodding your head. Do you
It's
recognize
Adam.
this person?
It's Adam.
That's Adam Montgomery.
It is.
And that did you meet him back in 2021?
21, yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
How would you describe your relationship? How much did you spend time together?
Every day.
Every day.
I would have called him my best friend.
Did you have a car at that time?
I did.
And what kind of car was it?
It was a 2017 Ford Fusion.
And do you know whether the defendant had a car at that time?
He did not.
You said that you were best friends. Would you ever travel together?
We did.
Okay. And what town did you grow up in?
Portsmouth.
Okay. Did you ever take him to Portsmouth?
No, Hampton
Hampton.
was the furthest.
Okay. And what town did he grow up in?
I want to say Lynn, Massachusetts. I know it's down. It's Revere. I believe it's Revere. I know it's down in that area.
Okay. Did you ever talk with him about his children, how many children he has?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did he ever tell you about how many children he had?
Well, I'm pretty sure I told you guys 5, but thinking about it, I know he had 4.
You know he had 4?
Correct.
And when you say you guys, are you referring to
When I
investigators?
spoke with the state, yes.
Okay.
With
And-
you and
About to say, this is not the first time you and I've met, is it?
no, it is not.
Okay. And where did we meet?
At the New Hampshire State Prison for Women.
And what did we talk about that day?
We talked about my statement.
Okay. And do you remember what you were told to do when you were testifying?
Yes.
Okay. What were the 3 rules of testifying that we talked about?
Speak loud,
Mhm.
tell the truth. And I don't remember.
Okay.
Stare at you guys.
Let's say, does it sound like one of the other things was to make sure you use your own words and whatever your testimony
Absolutely,
is?
yes. Sorry.
All right. It's all right. At the time in 2021, did you ever talk with Adam Montgomery about a daughter named Harmony?
I did.
Where did he say she was living in 2021 when you talked with him?
He told me that he dropped her off to her mother in 2019 at a rest area.
What did he say about how often he was seeing her back in 2021?
He said her mother would not allow him to see her and that he had been trying for some time.
What, if anything, did he say to you about her having any sort of toilet problems or bathroom issues before she went to live with her mother?
He said she was constantly wetting her pants or using the bathroom. He put her in the corner in her soiled pants. But that she would repeat it when she'd get in the car. She'd have an accident, but he said it was on purpose.
On purpose?
Yes.
That's what he said.
Correct.
What did he say about why he decided to send Harmony back to her mother?
Because she continually shit her pants. Sorry.
That's okay. Are those his words?
Yes.
Okay. Then those are his words. Remember, one of the things is to make sure that you always tell the truth, correct? You just took an oath a moment ago to tell the truth.
Absolutely.
With regards, again, to his words, did he ever tell you about a physical incident between himself and Harmony?
He did.
What did he say in his words that you recall?
So he told me that he was in the bathroom, or the kids were in the bathroom. I don't remember the but he was in the bathroom and he had walked out to find Harmony with her hands over the baby's mouth and nose, and that the baby was not breathing and turning blue. And he said he saw red and he just backhanded her.
So he told you that he backhanded her.
Correct.
And when she was holding her hand over, you said the baby's mouth, did he tell you which baby, which of his other children?
You know what he did, but I don't remember. I want to say Declan, but I'm not 100% positive.
Don't want you to guess. So if you remember, you remember. And if you don't, you don't. That's okay. Do you remember the name of the child that he was talking about, the baby?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Declan.
Okay. And did he say where he was living when he hit Harmony in the mouth after seeing her cover this child's mouth?
Probably. I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay. Did you say when it was? Specifically, when in the year? Spring, summer,
No,
fall,
it was right
winter?
before he returned Harmony to her mother.
Right before? Did he, let me ask you, did you ever give him a ride to Maine?
I did not give him a ride.
Okay, so you did not give him a ride to Maine.
No.
All right. Do you know what state he was living in at the end of 2021?
Yes, he was in Maine.
Do you know who he was living
He
with?
was living with Kelsey.
Did you ever meet Kelsey?
She again is was one of my really good friends.
And what was Kelsey's last name?
Small.
Finally, with regards to what the defendant stated to you about Harmony, what, if anything, did he ever say, or I'm sorry, who, if anyone, did he ever say Harmony reminded him of?
Her mother.
Her mother?
Her mother.
And did he tell you how that made him feel? God bless you.
He said he hated her. Right to his core.
Wow. He admitted to her that he hated Harmony because she reminded him of Crystal. That is horrible. Miss Daisy, what's your handle on TikTok? I do get to watch and listen. I'll try to post it, or if one of my mods can post my TikTok. It's Daisy's Farm on TikTok. He told this lady after he unalived her, here's my link. Thank you, Diamonds. That he hated her because of Crystal. Wow. Wonder what this lady said to him about hating his own child. Yeah, that's what Kayla said. That he hit her because she reminded him of her mother. So why did he even take this baby? Like, was it just for a check? Yes, Lisa, it is a great witness. There's was a reason why she was having problems with her bathroom habits. Yep. He was sitting her around. I don't believe this woman is lying. I think she's being very truthful. I want to know how old this woman is and how many children she has. I don't know. She's an ex nurse that turned on heroin. Who takes heroin after working your butt off to go to nursing school and just throw it all away? Adam hated Crystal too, so abused Harmony because she reminded her of Crystal. Even after he unalived this child, he told everyone he hated. That's
Ms. Means,
horrible.
you stated a moment ago that the defendant indicated or said to you that he hated Harmony's mother. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, who did he hate?
Harmony.
He hated Harmony.
Yes.
What a piece. Not her, but Adam. What a piece of work.
Ms. Means, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this clearly. So your testimony is Adam Montgomery told you that he hated his daughter. Did he say why?
She reminded him of her mother.
So not that. So your testimony isn't that he hated her mother. It's that he hated Harmony
Correct.
because she reminded him of
Her mother.
his mother. And at that point, I have no further questions for you, Ms. Means. I thank you very much for your time. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
That's very bad.
Good morning, Ms. Maines.
Good morning.
I believe we met briefly just a few minutes ago, but again, I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. I'm also going to be asking you some questions.
Okay.
And I want to begin by asking you about your criminal record, specifically your convictions between 2014 and 2019.
Okay.
You have 11 separate felony convictions.
Probably. I was a drug addict.
And along with
Morning.
that 11, you have 7 separate misdemeanor convictions, right, for
Probably.
credit card fraud.
Probably.
Specifically, just to dive into the details a bit, 2014 theft, Rockingham County, correct?
Correct. I'm going to agree with you on all these charges. I don't know that we need to go through all of them.
2016 theft,
I'm a criminal, sir. Yes.
Rockingham County.
Yeah.
2016 theft by
Good
deception, Rockingham County.
If you say so. I am a criminal.
2016 3 separate convictions for felony level theft out of Merrimack County?
If you say so. I don't have the documentation in front of me. I don't need it either. I am a criminal. I don't have a problem telling you that.
2017, theft,
Mhm.
Merrimack, right?
That's a damn.
Yeah.
2018, another
These
theft, felony level out of
rated
Merrimack.
like
Yep.
that.
2018, a theft out of Merrimack.
I believe it was all the same incident, correct?
Would you like to see the charges
No,
with different docket numbers?
no, no, no. I'm telling you I'm a criminal. I don't know why that would make a difference.
And you also have 2 theft convictions out of Rockingham County in 2019.
Correct.
She's getting mad, and I don't blame her because she's not on freaking trial. Adam Montgomery is.
You indicated on direct examination that you were with Adam for a couple of months,
Yes,
beginning around August of 2019,
correct.
or my apologies, August of 2021.
2021, I'm sorry, yes.
And you and Adam were together essentially every day?
Right up until I moved back to the seacoast.
You considered him a best friend?
I would have, yes.
He ended up moving to Maine to be with Kelsey Small, correct?
Well, he ended up going there, yes.
You were the one who introduced Adam and Kelsey in the first place?
I was.
What reasons would she have to lie about that? What reason? I mean, come on. These people make me so
I
mad.
want to talk with you a bit about your current legal situation. You indicated that you are eligible to be released on parole in April,
Correct.
in a couple of months.
Hmm.
But it's also fair to say that that is not the extent of your legal troubles, correct?
Correct.
You are presently facing 3 sets of charges out of 3 separate counties, correct?
Actually, it's 4.
There's a 4th?
Yes.
Okay.
This is a damn shame, making this woman look and feel bad. I know she's made these crimes, but she's not on trial. She's trying to help this child that was unalive.
Let's start with Merrimack County.
None of these I've been convicted of, so they're none I would talk about.
These
I think I have the legal right to that.
I'm not going to ask you about the specifics, but I am going to ask you about the fact that you are in fact presently being charged with.
I'm not facing any more time, sir. I'm not doing any more time.
Well, let's talk about that. You're facing a Class B felony offense out of Merrimack County, correct?
I don't know if it's for possession of crack cocaine. I believe it's going to be a misdemeanor.
You have 2 counts of possession
I
out
do.
of Merrimack County, correct?
Do I? No, I don't believe so.
Are you familiar with a document called a case summary?
Yes.
Would looking at that case summary assist you in knowing what you're charged with?
They're trying to get her mad.
Yeah. I actually.
They're trying to piss her off. And he's doing a good job at it. Which is a damn shame. A witness shouldn't have to go through this, no matter what her criminal history is. She's trying to save a child. They're trying to discredit her because she's a criminal. that she has a criminal history. They're trying to discredit her. She's getting pissed off, which I would have done the same. But I would just take a break and cool down just a minute because think about Harmony. But he's trying to make her look bad. And that's a shame because she's not on trial. Adam is. She clearly stated that she was a friend of Adam. This pisses me off, y'all. This case, judge needs to speak up and say, objection, objection, objection. Give me a damn thing, I'll hit objection. Because degrading her and making her, I mean, she already knows what she's done is bad. Like Kayla, it would affect the testimony. Well, he's trying to make her look bad, is what he's trying to do because she's got a criminal history. But she clearly stated that she was under the influences of drugs at that time.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm now handing what is a case summary for your current pending Merrimack County Superior Court case.
Okay.
Having reviewed that, does that help refresh your recollection?
No, I was only aware of one.
But you are in fact facing two.
Apparently you say so, yes.
And those are two, I'll be happy to take that back. Unless you need to look at it
No,
again.
I don't need it. I don't have a problem telling you that.
So in Merrimack County
criminal.
alone, you are still presently facing two charges carrying a maximum penalty of 3.5 to 7 years in prison.
Yes.
And there is a second court, correct?
Yes.
And that's Rockingham County Superior Court.
Yes.
And out of Rockingham County Superior Court, you're facing an A felony offense.
I am.
That carries a maximum penalty itself of 7.5 to 15 years.
Yes.
You also have a charge right here out of this very court, correct?
I do.
Itself a Class B felony.
Mhm.
Itself punishable by up to 3.5 to 7 years.
It is.
And you indicated that there's a fourth?
I'm correct. Out of Bedford, I have possession of crack cocaine.
When did that charge come about?
I was arrested on August 12th of 2022.
That would also be a felony level offense?
It is a misdemeanor.
Okay.
Acts prohibited, I believe, or no, it's
And even though you're scheduled for release in April on the sentence you're presently serving, those charges are all still pending.
they are still pending, yes.
And there is an additional problem as well, right? In each of those three cases, you failed to appear for court.
I did. I was, and that's not a problem at all. I was in treatment, sir.
You were on the lam,
I was in treatment, sir.
absconded from your parole.
I was in, I mean, I was in treatment, sir.
Yet your parole did not know you were in treatment and a warrant was issued.
I believe I've answered that question. And they did know where I was. But thank you.
And you would agree that failing to appear for court is itself also potentially a crime.
It is a crime, yes.
Bail jumping.
I was not charged with bail jumping, sir.
You haven't been charged with bail jumping yet since being arrested.
I was in treatment, sir, and I'm pretty sure that I verified that through the courts, and each of them know.
I want to change topics.
He is
Make
not.
the record.
No, she's not on trial.
Adam fought for 4 years to get Harmony.
Adam fought for 4 years? I mean, if you say so.
You don't recall telling the police that?
I didn't tell the police he fought for 4 years.
Hi, Lindsay.
Let's
Get mad.
talk about. You indicated something about standing in a corner.
I did.
She would stand in a corner and poop. Is that something that you said?
I said that she used the bathroom in her pants and he put her in the corner.
Okay, so we're not talking about the car.
No, I'm not I didn't say anything about the car.
Okay, so this is something that would occur when they were living in a home or an apartment or something.
Correct.
Why is the prosecution letting him do this sheet? Like, she's not the one on trial.
So, Ms. Maines, on direct examination, it was elicited that you have met with the state before, correct?
I did, yes.
And one of those times that you met with the state was when you were in prison.
Yes,
And that was January 4th of 2023.
probably.
But it was another time that you were incarcerated. You since got out
Yes,
during some point of 2023, and now you're back.
correct.
Okay. You recall being interviewed by a Detective Dunleavy,
I was, yes.
and you were wanting to get out of your situation, correct?
No.
You were in prison.
So
You
I
wanted to
was on
stay
there
in
on
prison?
parole. Nothing you can do can help me with parole, sir.
Do you recall telling Detective Dunleavy that you wanted to have a recorded telephone conversation with Mr. Montgomery?
No, that I wanted to have a recorded conversation? Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. You never told Detective Dunleavy that.
No. I actually told him I wanted to see him in person.
Well, you did say that too. You wanted to go and visit Adam at Valley Street Jail, right?
I have been in contact with him while he has been incarcerated, sir.
At the time, Adam was at Valley Street Jail when you were at the Women's State Prison in January of 2023.
Correct.
And you told Detective Dunleavy, I would like to go and visit him at Valley Street.
I did. Adam was a really good friend of mine.
But you also told him that you couldn't do it by yourself, right?
I will never see Adam again because I'm a criminal, sir, which means
You
I
told-
can't get into the jails or the prisons.
You told Detective Dunleavy that you would like to go and visit Adam at the prison, but you needed their help to do so, right?
No. I needed their help? Absolutely not.
Being incarcerated, you would agree that you would not be able to get to Valley Street on your own, right?
Correct.
You would have to be released with the assistance of the police.
No, absolutely. I was on parole, sir. You don't get to be released just because the police said so.
You told the police that you had nothing to lose?
What? I want to see that because I'd never said that.
While we're on the topic, at the very end of the conversation with Detective Dunleavy asked, is there any, do you have anything else for us? And your response was, I can tell you all about drugs, right?
No, absolutely not.
No doubt in your mind?
I was there for one reason, sir.
Fair to say that you wanted
Actually,
to
I was there
improve
for
your
two
legal
reasons.
situation.
The second reason was a personal reason, but we never spoke. The drug issue was on a personal reason, but it had nothing to do with Adam, and it had nothing to do with, it had to do with a sexual assault.
It had nothing to
Sorry.
do with Adam, but it still had something to do with possibly improving your legal situation.
It did not. Nothing will improve my legal situation but myself.
This is giving me anxiety.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
I could please, Your Honor, just to briefly clarify.
Good, he's pissing her off.
With regards to your testimony here today,
Mhm.
do you have any promises with the state about what's going to happen to your other charges based upon how you testified today?
Not at all.
Have you ever asked for any promises from the state in exchange for your testimony here today?
I have not.
You stated a moment ago on cross-examination that you said, I'm never going to be able to see him again. Can you please explain to the jury why, as somebody who's on parole or as a convicted felon, you're not going to be able to speak with him again? With somebody like him?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I could never go to Valley Street because I've been to Valley Street. I did some time there, and you are not allowed to go to a jail that you have been to. Secondly, the prison. You have to be 10 years with no arrests, no convictions, 10 years when you've been outside the prison. And at this time, I definitely can't say that I've done that.
Let me ask you also, you were asked about meeting with the state, and then you were asked about a meeting in January 4th of 2023. On your meeting recently with the state, on that meeting, did you meet with myself and Attorney Knowles?
I did.
Okay. And was that recent, just before this trial began?
It was, I think, 2, maybe 3 Fridays ago.
Maybe 3 Fridays ago. So we put it in January of 2024. Is that right?
That is right.
And yet you were also asked about meeting with Detective Dunleavy. What year did that meeting take place?
Well, that was in 2022. And actually, I didn't even know he was coming. I was scheduled to meet with Manchester PD's sexual assault.
So that is a different matter, a different time, and a different meeting.
Correct.
So when counsel a moment ago said that you met with the state prior to trial, these are 2 different meetings with 2 different groups of people in 2 different agencies, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Finally, with regards to the criminal record that defense counsel went through, was the defendant aware of your criminal record?
Absolutely.
And you were still friends with him, right?
I was still friends with him. I actually have not been charged with any new charges in quite some time for myself. I've been clean and sober and working on myself, which is what I plan to do when I get out. The same exact thing.
Understandable. With regards to also when you were asked about the defendant talking about this pooping incident, that Harmony would do this on purpose. I just want to clarify with regards to the timing. You were asked a moment ago whether that happened while Adam was in a car. Did
We
the
were on our
defendant?
way back from Medway, Massachusetts.
So that's what you meant by in the car.
Correct.
Not that the incident occurred in the car.
Correct.
And correct me with regards to your testimony on direct. Didn't you say on direct that it was after these incidents and this backhand incident, that's when he decided to bring her back to her mother?
It was I was told in the time of Thanksgiving 2019.
Thanksgiving 2019.
Correct.
Okay.
He put her in the car and met her mother,
And who was it that told you that?
Adam Montgomery.
Thank you. No further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Maines.
Thank you.
She handled herself well there. She's ready for him. Look at her. She gonna get him. She is pissed off. He is trying to discredit her and use her criminal past to discredit her. And that's sad. I kind of feel bad for her, y'all. She's admitted that she's an addict. She's admitted that she done criminal stuff. She's clean and she's trying to get herself straightened back out again. And he's trying to bring her down to cover the ass of Adam Montgomery. I hope that they don't get sleep at night because they're representing a freaking monster. I mean, how can you get sleep at night if you represent somebody like that? They were nicer to the plug that gave heroes to half of Manchester. Heroin. Yeah, they were nice as could be to the drug addict and to Travis. But her being a witness, she gets attacked. That just pisses me off, you know. She might have a drug history, she might have made mistakes, but why would she get up there and lie on Adam? She said she's a friend. They were nicer to. I just read that, sorry. But did she see Adams? See the. No, she didn't see it. She just told what Adam told her about Harmony. They become friends after he unalived Harmony. I guess she didn't know. I know, Myrtle Burke. It's sad. making me mad, giving me anxiety. See, I'd fall to pieces of her. I'm so antisocial around people because of this stuff. He's calming her down. Her face is almost like a blue color from being mad. She needs to calm down a little bit. He's giving her time to calm down because they're pissing her off. That's a good thing. De escalated for a minute. Let her get ready to calm down and think about it. Even his best friend Soul said he hated Harmony. This witness wants justice for Harmony, no doubt in my mind. Me either. Why would she get up here and go through this kind of abuse? She did it for a child. Sorry, but she did this for a child. Just pisses me off that they're coddling Adam, but putting this woman through the ringer because she is standing up for this baby. It is. It is, Mandy. She could have refused transport, but she didn't. She was here to tell Harmony's truth. Good for her. They had set an arrest warrant for Nicole Gills. Speaks volumes. Hmm. Sad. I'm just as angry as these people who could have stopped Harmony's abuse. So this baby is dead. She actually did not become friends with Adam until after Harmony was unalived. She mad as hell. Look at her. Exactly. Exactly, Christine. Yes, there's a little, yeah, it's giving me a little anxiety because I would get pissed off too if they were bringing up my past, but I don't have a past. But if I did have one and I make mistakes like this lady obviously has done, but she's doing something for this baby. So, yeah, prosecution's kind of de escalating it, letting her think about it and cool down a minute because he was definitely making her mad. This lady's actually speaking up for Harmony, and like she said, she has no reason to lie. Plain and simple. Adam and Harmony. Adam used Harmony as a punching bag, and that monster needs to not to rot in prison. I agree, and I hope the jurors see that. That's right. That's right. Always late. She does. I know. I get anxiety over this stuff too. I get so anxious. Adam's lawyer doesn't want the truth. Exactly. I don't know. I seen the old lady on there, but this guy's a little more intimidated, probably. Take a deep breath, everyone. They're acting like she's getting a deal for testifying. She already up for release. Exactly, loves to lurk. Exactly. They're trying to discredit her. I gotta take a deep breath. It makes me short of breath. When I get anxiety, I breathe short. I take short breaths and not deep. And I just want to breathe for her because she's pissed off. You guys, I'm stupid. Y'all, listen, I didn't go to bed till 3 o'clock this morning. So if I get a little loopy today, It's because I've not had no sleep. And I'm getting a little bit anxious from this woman being mad because I can still see the fear on her face. She is mad as hell. Your blood pressure went up, Mustang Mama. I think all of us is. I'm glad she's yelling at him though. Wake him up a little bit. I'm so late. Can anyone give me a quick update on what's happening? This lady right here is a witness. She was Adam's friend after he unalived Harmony. And she said that he hated Harmony and that because Harmony, she said that he would put Harmony in the corner because she'd pee and poop on herself. And that he admitted to smacking Harmony because she had put her hand over her brother's face. And that he said he hated Harmony because Harmony would do things on purpose and because she reminded him of Crystal, which is Harmony's biological mother. And now the defense is trying to discredit her because she has criminal charges against her and she's getting PO'd. So the heat is on. The heat is on. And so I think the prosecuting attorney is giving her a minute to cool down just a bit because you could tell she was getting hot at the defense. Of course, the defense was trying to discredit her, so yeah. I hope that gives you the lowdown in a quick way. But she's actually Adam's friend after Harmony went missing. And she said that Adam told her that that was the reason why he took Harmony to Crystal was because of that reason. Now, I don't know if I'd want to be friends with him saying that he hated his own child. Who says that about their own child? I would be looking at him like with a side eye if he said that he done that stuff he'd hit his daughter around and stuff because he hated her because of her mother. I don't know if I'd still want to be friends with somebody like that. I think they do too, inquiry.
So, Miss Maines, I do want to clarify. It's your testimony that when
go.
you met with Detective Dunleavy January of last year, 2023, you were not trying to offer new ways to try and get information from Adam so as to improve your situation and get out of prison?
I was on a parole violation, sir. I got all of my time suspended. I didn't need your help to get out. All of my time was suspended upon entry into a program.
At the time that you had this this interview with Detective Dunleavy, there was your parole situation, but you were facing the very same 3 charges that you're facing now, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and we don't need to rehash them all again,
Yeah.
but it was the Merrimack
Actually, it was
charge.
4, but
That's right, out of Bedford.
correct.
Okay, so those charges were all still
Sorry,
pending
I
then.
just want to be honest. They are still pending. They were still pending then.
Okay, and again, what you're saying is that Adam told you that he had backhanded Harmony after she had her hand over, you think, Declan's mouth.
He did, yes.
And this was around Thanksgiving.
No, he returned her to her mother around Thanksgiving of 2019.
And that's what prompted her to do so, or him to do so.
It was an incident that we had spoken about coming home from Medway, yes.
And that's what prompted him to send her back to her mother.
Correct. He said that he just wanted to make sure that she had the proper care.
All right, ma'am, you are excused.
Thank you.
Any objection to her being excused? Without objection. Just please be careful of the
Yes.
wires.
You can tell if somebody's looking with their eyes like they're trying to remember. You can tell when they're telling the truth and when they're not. And this woman's being truthful. She's being truthful. God bless this woman for speaking up for Harmony. God bless her. And she's trying her best to get her life straightened back out. Shame on him for making her feel like that. She's just trying to speak up for a child that has no voice. She's trying to be a voice for a child that doesn't have a voice. She's 10 months clean as today. He needs to stand down. Correct. I know, Christine. I mean, she's probably used to standing trial, but she corrected him really quickly. And kudos to her for standing up for this child. She told her truth. She was an addict. She was a criminal. Now she's trying to do right. Exactly. Loves to lurk. And shame on him. Shame on him. May he not get sleep at night for thinking about this case. And if he's actually doing the right thing by representing a criminal. Not only just a regular criminal, but somebody that would hurt their own child. No, they didn't. I felt like they give her a harder time than Kayla. I really do. But I do have to say this. I don't know if I'd want to be friends with somebody that said that they slapped their daughter around and hated their daughter because of their it reminded them of their mother. She was a great witness. I wonder who this is. Probably another cop.
And Captain Lachelle, if you please go ahead and raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Oh, he finally said, "So help you God."
As we are being
Finally.
recorded for the record here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Sure. It's Matthew La Rochelle, Larocchelle. First name is Matthew, Matthew.
And Captain La Rochelle, as we can probably guess from your title, where are you currently employed?
I currently work for the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working at the Manchester Police Department?
Been with the Manchester PD for approximately 24 years. I was hired in the year 2000.
In the year 2000?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask you to maybe scoot a little bit closer to that microphone if you don't mind, just so we can make sure we can all hear you there. With regards to your time at the Manchester Police Department, are you a full-time certified officer through the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, I am.
And did you graduate from a police standards and training academy class?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember your academy number?
123rd.
123rd. Could you please go ahead and explain what are some of the different units and duties that you've been assigned while you've been at the Manchester Police Department throughout your career?
Sure. Like with any officer, I got hired in 2000. I spent about 3.5 or 4 years in patrol. I went from patrol to our community policing unit. I worked in CP for a couple of years. And then in 2007, I was assigned to our detective division as an investigator.
So detective in 2007?
Yes.
All right. And from there, I see that you're a captain now. How long did you spend at the detective unit and when did you change ranks?
So I was a detective for about 7 years. In 2013, I got promoted to the rank of sergeant. I went back to the street as a street sergeant. Did about 3 years as a street sergeant in the patrol division. At what point I went to back to our juvenile investigative unit in 2015 as a supervisor, as a sergeant.
In 2015 in the juvenile unit?
Yes, sir.
And could you please just, for the jury's benefit, explain what type of criminal investigations does the juvenile unit conduct?
Sure. So the juvenile unit is part of the investigative division overall. We investigate crimes against children, specifically sexual and physical assaults against children.
So being there as a sergeant in 2015, what was your next change in rank and what unit did you work with?
So I worked in the juvenile unit until 2018. I was actually promoted in 2018 to lieutenant. I stayed in that unit. Again, that unit falls under the investigative division. So at that point, my role increased a little bit in the fact that I incorporated the domestic and sexual violence unit. So under the umbrella of investigative division, there's the juvenile unit and the domestic and sexual violence unit. Both units have their own sergeants. I got promoted to lieutenant and then oversaw both of those units at that time until my most recent promotion in 2022.
So, with regards to being the lieutenant over the juvenile unit, and you said also the sexual assault unit at the time, you were there in 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, correct?
Yes, I was.
You said that you were promoted in 2022. What rank did you get promoted to?
In 2022, I was promoted to captain, which is my current role. I oversee our community affairs division at this point.
And what does the community affairs division do?
Community affairs division corporate
Thank
encompasses
you,
community
Christine.
policing
Thank you
and
for
our traffic
gifting
unit.
5
So essentially,
memberships. Thank you.
neighborhood
you.
specific concerns,
God bless
concerns
you.
that
You didn't
the
have to do
average
that, Christine.
patrol officer that's out handling calls and going call
You
to
got it.
call, if they can't focus on a
Thank you,
neighborhood issue or
Christine.
a
God
community issue, we
bless
can
you. Let's see who got
designate one of our 12
the
officers to go
membership.
and handle that specific issue.
From the time that you were working in the juvenile unit, were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I was.
What were some of the things that you did as part of that investigation? What were some of your duties there?
Obviously, when that
Christine, God bless you.
report came into us, it was kind of an all hands on deck
Let's see.
type thing. Obviously, full resources of the
Man.
police department and our partner
It
agencies.
looks like
My role was just
Misty
general
Wright,
oversight,
Carice,
guidance. The
Mandy
detectives
D,
working on the
Matthew
case had their
Cunningham, and
assignments, and we
Nana's
just there
Butterfly.
were several supervisors
Woohoo!
that
Thank
oversaw that
you,
case. But
Christine. God
just
bless
generally making sure the
you.
detectives doing the
Thank
work
you,
had
thank
what they
you,
needed,
thank you. All of our
coordination with other
Vickies
entities,
got it
other
this
agencies
time.
throughout the state,
Thank you.
local
God bless
and
you
state
for that.
agencies that we work with.
You talked about local and state agencies you
Thank
worked
you,
with. Could you go ahead and kind of
you.
tell us about some of the different agencies that you were a liaison
God
with for
bless you
this
for that,
investigation?
Christine.
Sure. So we worked closely with state police. We worked with New Hampshire Fish and Game, several searches that we conducted with Fish and Game. They assisted us. We worked with federal partners. We
Thank
had
you, Christine.
the FBI was involved. So we had folks from all kinds of different agencies in and out of our office for
Thank you
months.
so much.
The U.S. Marshal Service had a designated deputy that was assigned to this investigation, and just kind of the liaison between everybody.
Okay. Did you ever
thank
work or liaison
Bye.
yourself with other agencies
Christine.
out of state or outside of federal government?
Yes, I did.
Okay. With regards to also some of the other duties that you've had on this case, was part of that at different times to listen to jail calls that were made
Yes, it was.
from other individuals? And other times were you asked to listen to other lawfully recorded calls that were made?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And finally, with regards to physical searches, what was your role with regards to any physical searches that were made?
We did physical searches of many different locations throughout the city. We did searches of a wooded area on the west side. We did searches of the riverfront area on the north end of the city. We did searches of Bear Brook State Park, which is, if you're not familiar, just about a half an hour north of here. We did searches out of state that I was familiar with. I wasn't directly involved in those, but several searches throughout the course of a 6-month period.
All right, I'd like to get to each one of those searches, but I want to start with kind of staying at home with regards to in Manchester. At any point during the investigation, did you have any contact with individuals at the Manchester School District about Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
I reached out to the school district just basically in the early days, early on in the investigation, to see what kind of contacts they might have had with Harmony if she was ever enrolled in school or not.
Okay. And with regards to that, did you discover whether she was ever enrolled in school in the Manchester School District?
I discovered that she was not enrolled.
What about in any of their records for early enrollment programs for younger children?
They had no record of Harmony Montgomery or her date of birth in their system.
You talked about some of the searches that were conducted. I'd like to know what searches for Harmony did you personally participate in?
I mentioned the West Side search. It's an area, a large wooded area, Rock Rimmon area, if you're familiar with that area on the west side of the city, behind Mount Calvary Cemetery. It's probably hundreds of acres. We searched over there after receiving tips that led us to that area. And there was also a search, as I mentioned, on the north end of the city along the Merrimack River.
Okay. You said a search along the Merrimack River.
Yes.
Where would that have been along the river?
It's an area off of North River Road, West River Drive. There's some apartment buildings in particular that led us to that area, and we searched a wooded area along the river, adjacent to the river.
Did you participate in any of the searches of 77 Guilford Street?
Somewhat. I was there. I was not directly overseeing that portion of the investigation, but I am familiar with it.
And what about an area known as Stark Park over near River Road?
Yes, that would be the area I'm speaking of as
Okay.
well. That's the Stark Park area.
That particular search, that Stark Park area, what, if anything, did you coordinate to make sure that search was done?
We had reached out. I had specifically reached out to New England Canine Recovery. That's an organization that has canine teams, handlers with their canine partners that specifically search wooded areas for. They do search and recovery, but they also do they can do cadaver work as well.
And did you contact them to search those areas?
I did.
Were there any searches that were done in that area, not necessarily on land, but on water?
There were. We searched with the assistance of New Hampshire Fish and Game. We searched the area of the Merrimack River. Again, if you're familiar with that area, it's the area of the dam, the Eversource Dam, and then it would have been northerly above the dam. We did a full day search of that area.
Searching the dam, were you present for that search?
I was.
Okay.
I was present by shore. I was not physically on the boats with Fish and Game, but I was in the area.
From shore, were you able to observe how that search of the dam was conducted?
I was.
And how was it conducted?
Fish and Game utilizes several of their officers in boats. They have teams. I can't accurately testify to what those consist of, but there's several people in the boat. For safety reasons, they have an officer that's hooked up to oxygen that they put in the water that they're actually dragged behind the boat while they're physically searching. They also have submersible robots that they can use as well, which they utilize that day.
Were you involved at all with the search over at 644 Union Street?
I was.
Okay. Were you present there for that search?
Yes, I was.
What were some of the other agencies that were present with you when that residence was searched?
Again, that would have been our federal partners. The Federal Bureau of Investigation was there. We had members of the Marshal Service, like I said. There may have been some state police there. I'm not sure, but several entities there. That was an entire day. We pretty much took over the entire block.
Just to clarify, was the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI, part of that search as well?
Yes, they were.
I'd like to ask you, with your work in the juvenile unit, have you heard of an organization, sometimes also referred to as NCMEC or NECMEC?
Yes, I have.
And what is that, the NCMEC? What does that stand for? What is this organization?
So NECMEC is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They're a national organization that facilitates and organizes searches they assist law enforcement. We can call them with info. They can call us with info. I was basically the direct liaison between this investigation and that organization. I probably spent time on the phone with them at least once a week during this investigation.
Had you worked with them before for children who were missing or believed to be exploited?
I had.
Okay. And what was some of the information that you provided to them as part of your work with them to try to find harmony?
Specific to this case,
yes,
we basically provided them any photos that we had. We asked them to do the same. And at one point, when a DNA profile was identified for Harmony, we provided that to them as well.
Did you ever personally reach out to National Center for Missing and Exploited Children about tips that they had generated that needed follow-up?
Yes, I did.
And I want to ask you about some of those tips. Did you ever receive a tip that Harmony was alive in a place called Surprise, Arizona?
Yes.
What did you do to follow up on that tip?
So we got the information anonymously that Harmony was alive and attending a school in Surprise, Arizona. I personally reached out to that police department, tried to make contact with an officer. I think I spent 2 or 3 days working on that. Eventually, we were able to get an SRO, which is a school resource officer. School resource officers are typically assigned by municipalities to focus on schools. So they sent their school resource officer to that school to make contact with the person that we had a photo of and actually made an eyes-on identification.
So even though it's a town, nowhere near New Hampshire, it's in Arizona, you still followed up on that lead.
Yes, I did.
Why?
We're working, again, it's an all hands on deck investigation. It's the most important investigation we've ever worked on, and we're dealing with a 7-year-old missing child.
To show you to Mark States Exhibit 101. Do you know this man?
Yes.
Who is it?
It's Adam Montgomery.
Have you seen him in person before?
Yes, I have.
Have you heard him speak before?
Yes, I have.
Have you heard him talk to other people before?
Yes, I have.
Can you recognize his voice in person?
I can.
And can you recognize his voice over the phone?
Yes.
Have you reviewed some lawfully recorded calls of his voice?
I have.
And with regards to those particular calls, I'm going to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 156 for identification. I'd like to ask you whether or not you recognize that exhibit. Feel free to open up the envelope.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is a disc containing a phone call made by Adam Montgomery, which I have listened to, and it actually has my signature on it.
Your signature?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, with regards to that particular, it's got your signature on this disc itself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, with regards to that particular call, is that an entire call or is that a portion of a lawfully recorded call that you listened to?
I believe this is a portion of a call that's longer. It's an 8-minute call. I believe this is shorter than that.
Have you heard all of the original recorded call?
Yes, I have.
With regards to what you listened to on that particular CD, is that accurate in terms of that portion of the call that you heard originally is unchanged for part of it that's on that CD?
That is accurate. Yes, sir.
So that this is a small piece of the whole.
Correct.
Also, with regards to that call, separate from that, is there any sort of visual component to that call on that disc as you reviewed it? Basically, is there a transcript of what is said in the recording as you listen?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that transcript, the words that are on the page?
Yes, I have.
Is that accurate for that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
Is it accurate for the identifying properly Adam Montgomery's voice?
Yes.
Is it accurate for identifying the generally that he was called another individual and that person's voice?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I'd ask the court to strike exhibit number 156 and be entered as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
Subject to the prior conference at the bench.
All right, the ID is stricken and it's entered as a full exhibit.
Detective Larochelle, with regards to this particular CD, I've preloaded the contents of this onto an area of the drive, and it's my understanding without defense objection, we're going to play that recording now. What I would like you to do, please, detective, is to be able to listen to the entire recording, and then I may have some questions for you as we go through.
Okay.
Detective, my eyes are failing me with regards to it. Is there a button on there for view to say full screen?
About halfway down.
One more, this it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Play this one.
Yeah, you didn't see that you got the money yet? No, not yet, Sean. I just wasted this little bit of money. How much did you put on there? Don't tell me what crazy you put money on there like that. Nah, I just put like $25. All right, yeah, that seems a little crazier than I was gonna pay you for, but all right. Yeah, so whatever, I'll stay on the phone right now with it and fucking, so I just had my lawyer, send me, just guide me with shit, bro, like, I just got like 800 pages in Montgomery. I think they're up to like 5,000 pages now, or something like that. And, she was like doing like a roller coaster. Like, so people, the shit you hear people come up with instead of the shit that these people make a one dude with one people, I was like blown away. And Carrie was like, oh my God, it's like a roller coaster. She was like, oh my God. I hope this kid can do this, and then it turned out to be nothing, and then, oh my God, something's gonna do this, and then it turned out to be nothing. Like, you got fucking dude with like, he gave a report to the police and was like, oh, my friend, he passed away, but he was very cool with Adam. Told me Adam gave his daughter to him to bury by the river, and he bring you to the spot. They had the FBI and everything else, they're digging up the river, dude. I'm like, is this real? I'm like, is this real life right now? Like, and she's like, yeah. I'm like,
Pause it right there for a minute. That voice just it was on that transcript indicated that Adam saying that they wasted their time. Is that Adam Montgomery's voice?
Yes, it is.
With regards to the search by the river, I believe you just testified a moment ago on direct that there was a search by the river, correct?
Yes, there was.
And you also testified that there were searches involving the FBI. Is that also?
Yes.
sure they have to, I'm sure they have to take everything that's said to them, no matter how outlandish seriously, and they have to do their due diligence. But it's, I can get that, I can grasp that, right? But dude, my friend who died, who is cool as Adam, you don't even know what your friend's name was. It's probably that it was very this person that was here, that was what the fuck, like you just even like way to just waste taxpayers' money, I guess, too, like let's get. I don't know, bro. Like I just feel like that's just so. Like that outlandish, bro. Like there's no other way to describe it. It's like, okay, I guess, yeah, whatever, do your due diligence, I guess, but that's just, it seems something so bizarre to me that you're gonna just think about how much money that you're wasting and an effort to prove something. I get it, you're trying to prove a case, okay, I understand that, too, that's really, but at what fucking, at like what cost, man, like you're just gonna chase down people that fucking call in from Arizona and say, oh, I seen that child out here at this restaurant, you're gonna fly out to the fucking restaurant to get video surveillance? I don't know, it seems like it's going like to an extent that like it's fancy almost, like I don't know. And instead of just considering other options, you're just gonna take these fucking nut jobs that are calling because they want fucking limelight for 2 seconds because somebody might have known me or seen me in passing or written something. Oh, I know that kid. Let me tell you that this and that, and just I don't know, man. I don't fucking know.
So did Adam call and say that Harmony, he set up a call to say that Harmony was alive? Did he have someone call and say that Harmony was alive?
You heard the defendant say on there that they just wasted their time, with regards to searches. Were those some of the searches that you told us that you were involved in?
Yes.
And when you heard him describe in that call saying that it was just a way to waste taxpayers' money, dude, Was that transcript accurate as to his words?
Yes.
When you heard the defendant say, just think about how much money you're wasting in an effort to prove something, is that part of the transcript accurate?
Yes, it is.
And is that what you heard said by Adam Montgomery?
Yes, it is.
And when you heard the defendant say, I get it, you're trying to prove a case, kudos to you, but at what cost, man? You're just going to chase down people from Arizona. Is that part of the transcript accurate?
Yes, it is.
And the tip that you described for us a moment ago that you worked on from Surprise, Arizona, is that the tip that you chased down?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree with what the defendant said in the call, that your work to find Harmony was a waste of time and money?
We have an objection. Hold on. The objection sustained.
Captain Larochelle, with regards to the transcript that you've just taken us through, is that a fair and accurate account of the defendant's statements as you recognize them to be?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Captain. I have no further questions for you. Defense may.
Oh, he's getting a little rough. He's getting a little rough.
No questions.
All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with that, the state rests.
All right, counsel, just approach for just 1 minute.
Of course, they're going to take another break. Are you talking about Sylvia Likens case in a quaternary? If that's who you're talking about, that was a horrible case. Sylvia Liken? Y'all, it's beautiful out today out down here in East Tennessee. Adam, what I've heard in the testimony so far, the Adam hated his own child. And that's sad. Why did he even bother with her? Why didn't he do what he said he was going to do, like he said he did, what he told? Why didn't he take her to Crystal? If he hated her so bad, why didn't he give her back? Money. They would have lost benefits that they collected for 2 more years after this child was dead. Kayla continued to collect benefits. Yep. That's exactly what happened. When we go on lunch break, I'm going to show you all the tattoo video. I actually have the tattoo video of Audrey doing the tattoo, and I'll show you all that when we go on break. Money is the root of all evil. No, I like the devil dogs. I do. I've not tried them froze. They just needed a little bit more chocolate on them. But they're good. I really like them. I still like them. I'm going to try them froze, though. I'll try them cooler from the refrigerator. But they're good. And I thank you so much for sending them. I really did like them. Thank you for sending me that. Using them food stamps. But I think Harmony got a check where she was blind in one eye. I think she got a Social Security check, and that's what they were living off of. Yeah, I got the video. I'm going to show it when they go to lunch here in about 15 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know there have been a lot of stops and starts today, and part of what I was discussing with the lawyers at the bench is what's most prudent so that we're respectful of your time as we can be. The state has now rested their case. So for tomorrow, there will be a determination as to whether or not the defense wishes to present any evidence. As I've already told you before, the defendant has no obligation to prove his innocence in this case. The burden is on the state to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So if the defense wishes to, they may present evidence, but they may choose not to. That is their right. Then should they decide that they wish to present evidence, that would happen tomorrow. We would begin there. And then beyond that, it would be time for closing arguments and final instructions. So that's where we are. So I'm going to release you for the day today, for the rest of the day. I'm going to have you come back tomorrow morning at 9:45. Okay, so we'll have a 10 a.m. start. I'll ask you to come back tomorrow at 9:45 a.m., a little bit later. I really want to try to see if we can make sure that we've done all the business that needs to be done and that we're ready for you at 10 a.m. Once again, I cannot stress strongly enough, you are not to read anything about this case, not watch any news about the case, don't read anything in the papers or on social media, anywhere else on the internet. You're not to discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by any of the locations.
That means
As
they're
has been
done.
the case
Closing.
throughout this trial, the lawyer's been instructed they're not to communicate with you. So please, once again, don't hold it against them if they pass you in the hallway without acknowledging your presence.
Okay, Clarice.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9:45. All rise for the jurors, please.
9:45 in the morning, so I don't have to wake up as early. The state did rest their case. Yep. Oh, man. I don't know how I feel about that. I really don't. I mean, is that
Maybe
enough?
seated. All right.
Hang on, y'all. I want to show y'all that video.
That's okay.
At this time, I'd like to make a motion to dismiss certain charges presented, charged against Adam Montgomery.
No.
First comes to the second-degree assault.
No.
I recognize that the
No.
information with regard to the assault is based on witnesses reporting statements by Adam Montgomery. There is no eyewitness, including Kayla Montgomery herself, because we did know that Mr. Saros did speak with Ms. Montgomery, and as a result of that conversation, did not come away with concerns with regard to a need to follow up on the allegation of assault by Kevin Montgomery.
No. Hell no.
That no follow-up was deemed necessary. This allegation was investigated. Harmony was spoken to, witnesses were spoken to, and nothing happened as far as this investigation.
Hell no.
And that the charges here occurred after, that were instituted after a search for Harmony Montgomery and determination that Adam Montgomery was at least a suspect in why Harmony was missing. And that was the impetus that led to his charge in this case, but based on the facts as they existed in the summer of 2019, I do not believe that there was support for the allegation, and subsequent charges against Mr. Montgomery don't make what did not exist as a confirmation now to be confirmation. With regard to the second degree murder, the only evidence with regard to how Harmony died or who killed Harmony is Kayla Montgomery's testimony. Kayla Montgomery is a convicted perjurer. She has also acknowledged 2 other instances of perjury other than what she was charged with. Her story itself went through various iterations, and quite frankly, I think were pretty ludicrous as far as a degree of violence that nobody could accomplish in public as she had described and not be seen by anyone. She was describing a degree of violence in the car at a time when people would be going perhaps to work at Colonial Village. She was describing assaults in the car outside of the clinic on Franklin Street. And you may recall the testimony that at one point prior to that, there was testimony that they had to go into the clinic one at a time because at a prior visit while they were parked outside of the clinic, somebody noted that there was nobody in the car with the kids. And so that's why they changed their behavior to one person at a time. This was the regular hours of the clinic with people going in and out of the clinic. Very, very public area. The jury was at the scene. Obstructions for the car outside of the clinic didn't exist. Then there is allegations of at traffic lights from the clinic to Burger King, assaults. She claims at every traffic light. She claims that Mr. Montgomery was at those traffic lights leaning over and striking Harmony in the back seat several times through perhaps each traffic light, and that the last time was pulling into the Burger King parking lot. Again, the jury saw the Burger King parking lot, no obstructions, at a time when other people would be going in and out of the Burger King parking lot. And she described that based on that final assault, he became worried that something perhaps was wrong. And then she describes pulling into the drive-in, having communication and contact, direct contact with a clerk who he is providing money to receive, or however it was paid. She thought cash, but couldn't say definitively, and then receiving the food as the clerk is handing it out to him while he is sitting in the car. I just think it defies logic, reason, and any sort of credibility. The changes that she went through with regard to those events, that although she started out saying that these assaults to the jury started at in the morning before going to the clinic on cross-examination, said that they actually started between 2 and 3 in the morning, with about Harmony being struck about 15 times. And one of the other things in the Burger King parking lot, that she thought the boys were asleep throughout this time. She wasn't sure. I think her credibility with regard to that information is just, she has no credibility, and therefore there is no evidence of how Harmony died and who caused her death. And I
Well
would move
done.
to dismiss the second-degree murder charge
Well done.
for insufficient evidence, even taking the evidence in the light most reasonable to the state. With regard to falsifying physical evidence, I have no motion. With regard to abuse of a corpse, I have no motion. With regard to tampering with the witness, Kayla testified that upon discovering Harmony's death, she and Adam spoke about what to do. They spoke together about concerns that DCYF would take the children, that was her concern as well, that they made plans together to hide the body, to not tell about Harmony's death. And her description on cross, because I understand on direct, it was different, but on cross, she acknowledged a plan and a communication as a partnership and conspirator rather than being a victim of witness tampering. So I would move to dismiss that charge as insufficient evidence taken in the light most reasonable to the state.
Hell no. Hell no. Convict them both. Both. But don't let this sucker out of it. He's just as involved.
What defies logic, there's reason and credibility is to argue that any evidence, taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, that this matter should not go on to the jury. So the defendant's motion to now should be dismissed. I'd like to remind the court with regards to the testimony of the second-degree assault that occurred. Kevin Montgomery testified about how he came home from his trip to Florida to see Harmony in the kitchen the day that he returns in July, in the time period alleged between July 7th and July 22nd, and that he sees the black eye on Harmony. Plain visual assurance and seeing that this injury occurred on a 5-year-old girl at the time, and that what was the defendant's response? I bashed her around the fucking house. This statement about the defendant having struck Harmony during that time period was confirmed by the testimony of Ms. Katie Morin, Courtney Garcia, by Kayla Montgomery herself, by Nicholas Ahern, who all either saw the injury or heard the defendant say one of his variations. 1, admitting that he struck Harmony. 2, saying that Harmony got hurt in a soccer incident. Or 3, admitting that he struck Harmony and that he was angry at the time. Mr. Demetrius Saros, the DCYF investigator who responded, was able to get there over a week later after the defendant had spirited Harmony away at the time of the very first visit, and even he still saw the mark on Harmony's face weeks later. The fact that the defense counsel just pointed out that this charge came forward post the original search for Harmony going missing is completely irrelevant. The statute of limitations allows this charge to be brought anytime within the time frame for an ordinary felony. Specifically here also, when you have a child, there's an extension to the statute of limitations that will go out for felony level conduct. There is no basis in law nor in fact of any of the witnesses who have testified to be able to dismiss this charge. With regard to the second-degree murder, again, the testimony of Kayla Montgomery alone is sufficient for this matter to go forward to the jury for their consideration, but it is not alone. It is accompanied by copious amounts of corroboration from various different witnesses, physical evidence that's been provided, from testimonial evidence about records, that what she said happened to happened to Harmony did in fact happen. And that even though the defendant now has stated to the jury in the opening arguments that they can and should find him guilty of falsifying physical evidence. It's falsifying physical evidence that would have shown that he committed the crime of second-degree murder against her. Not that something happened in the middle of the night, but that he struck her on December 7th. His words, "I think I hurt her this time. I think I did something." That's something that's been testified to, that the Kayla Montgomery testified and talked about in the very first proffer, that the first punching happened before the sun came up. So representations that though the beginning of the assault must have been seen by somebody else that was there on a cold, dark December morning do not account, or excuse me, do not they do not go ahead and meet with the facts of the case that have been presented on the situation that she was in. The description of violence that was made in public, it's very easy to be violent towards a 5-year-old who's laying down in a car seat, laying down in the car. And that is in fact the position that Kayla Montgomery puts Harmony in, which is behind her seat, behind the passenger seat, in the rear, down against the door. With regards to the witness tampering charge, Your Honor, for that, not only does a picture speak 1,000 words over the fact that the defendant abused Kayla Montgomery physically to make sure that she stuck to the story, but that abuse has been testified to, was witnessed by Nicole Giles as early as January 2020, as well as later on in 2021 by Tara Hilbert. The testimony of Kayla Montgomery has been that that was done to make sure that she stuck to the story that the defendant created, that she did not come out. And she stuck to that story so well, she went ahead and committed perjury as part of that story. So to say that there's no evidence, that in the light, as we're looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, to say that there is no evidence for these 3 charges to go forward does not coincide with the facts that we've actually heard in this courtroom. And as a result, the defendant's motion should be dismissed.
All right. To succeed on a sufficiency of the evidence claim, the defendant must show that viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, no rational trier of fact could find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. All reasonable inferences derived from the evidence are viewed in the light most favorable to the state. With regard to the second-degree assault charge, Kevin Montgomery testified that he saw the black eye. The defendant, according to the testimony, the defendant admitted that he had bashed Harmony around the house. Kayla also heard the statements. Others also saw the bruising on Harmony. Mr. Soros saw the defendant removing Harmony from the scene when he went there, and subsequently also saw the bruising himself. So considering the evidence that's been presented and taking all the inferences and facts in light most favorable to the state, the motion to dismiss that charge is denied. With regard to the second-degree murder charge, as the state says, there is direct evidence through the testimony of Kayla Montgomery that she saw the defendant striking Harmony, which led to her death. The defendant's own statements indicate that at the time he believed that he hurt Harmony or that he did something to her. There's additional descriptions regarding the circumstances surrounding the families living in the car at that time. Again, taking all the facts and testimony and inferences in the light most favorable to the state, the court does find that the state meets its burden, and the motion to dismiss on the second-degree murder charge is also denied. With regard to the witness tampering, there is a photograph of Kayla. Kayla testified extensively regarding the allegations of abuse and the statements by the defendant with respect to convincing Kayla to stick with the story that he had given to her. Nicole Giles and Tara Hilbert both testified quite clearly regarding the abuse that they saw and heard about. And again, there is sufficient evidence that to show that the state has met its burden on the witness tampering charge as well. And so the motion to dismiss on that claim is also denied.
Yes.
All right.
Woo!
So
Thank
the motions to dismiss have been denied. I think we're ready to go forward tomorrow with the defense presentation of evidence if they wish to present any. Attorney Smith, it may be
Thank you, Jesus.
useful for the court and for the state for us, if you know in advance about whether or not we're going to be moving right into closings or whether you anticipate presentation of evidence. If you're comfortable with it, you
Way to
can
go,
you can let the
Judge.
state and the
I
court
like her
know.
now.
Otherwise, what I would have you do is be here no later than 8:30 tomorrow morning, so that we know where this is headed. Should the defendant refuse to be transported tomorrow, the court would deem that a waiver of his right both to be present and a waiver of his right to testify. So I want to be clear on that, as I said to him when I did colloquy him on this issue of his absence. If he doesn't get on the transport in the morning, he will be waiving both his right to be present and his right to testify. Any question about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And if there's any issue with your ability to see him, please inform the court immediately. Okay. With regard to the pending motion that was filed over the weekend, Attorney, I'm comfortable just ultimately making a ruling on that. Since I just got the state's objection this morning, I don't want to rule on it from the bench right now. But I think you can all be prepared as you would for closings.
With regard to that motion, I did want to point out something in light of the state's objection.
Okay.
That it is not while we put in the motion the court's order on sequestration, this motion, and disagree with it, this motion is about the exculpatory evidence, Brady violation. Also, we did have a transcript so that when we put something in quotes, it is our from the recording, not from notes. And finally, that there was one thing where a representation that Attorney Garrity was not sure about whether or not he received some of the information from another source, his wife. In our transcript as well, he is quite clear that the issue of being asked to alert Kayla on being alone, as we put in our motion, that he was quite clear on that. And he was not clear about the second issue that he may have gotten it from his wife about conceding the other charges.
And I guess the only issue that I suppose I'll give you a chance to clarify now is your notion of what is exculpatory. Why don't you tell me in your own words rather than have me attempt to state it exactly what is exculpatory?
The fact that she was specifically guided towards an area and so that she might prepare. And in fact, she did say that once she got the information, she used that information to.
So the fact that she was informed by the state that you were going to, that essentially you were going to suggest that she was the one who killed Harmony. That's what you consider to be.
We don't consider that to be new information to her.
Right.
However, that the specific direction was being alone in the car that night with the children.
So essentially what you think is exculpatory is the preparation of a witness subsequent to opening statements.
Yes.
Okay.
And not disclosing it, especially because the state prepared a question based on their own request to Attorney Garrity, and then said they were surprised at her answer, where it's clear that they anticipated that answer, and then failed to disclose that that guidance had actually been requested.
Okay. Anything, I do have your extensive responsive pleading, but if you'd like to
Just
respond now.
Just briefly, Your Honor,
Yes.
with regards to what we just heard a moment ago.
Yes.
The state prepared the questions there not based upon the answer of Attorney Garrity, but actually based upon the question of defense counsel during her cross-examination. And in that, she made a statement to Kayla Montgomery to say that basically you went ahead and you agreed and you had to come up big time to get rid of bigger charges and agreed that you had committed lesser charges. That is the prompting for why the state asked its question on redirect, to point out that that was the same legal theory that the defendant was using himself. So that defense counsel was very familiar with the theory. It wasn't about a conversation that was had with Attorney Garrity. It was about the defendant's questioning on cross-examination the day before. When we came back.
Can you repeat that, the defendant's questioning?
Yes, Your Honor. And I apologize. I don't have that right in front of me, and I should have printed it out. But at one point in time, actually, excuse me for a second, Your Honor, I believe I may have taken a note on this.
I cannot believe this lady is trying to get this man out of hurting his child. What is wrong with her? Does she not care about this precious little baby? Or is she that stupid to think that this man did not do this? He won't even show up for his own damn trial. Oh, hell no. Hell no.
At one point, defense counsel asked Ms. Montgomery, saying, you knew they had you solid on perjury, right? You were never getting around that one, right? And so you decided that this would probably be the best that you could do to get as few consequences for your own actions as possible. That is the prompting for the state's question on redirect. That was with regards to whether or not the witness was aware of the defendant's statements in opening and concessions, specifically concessions in opening, about the falsifying physical evidence charge and about the abuse of corpse charge. That is the prompting for the reason, not because of a conversation that was had with Attorney Garrity. It was about those concessions, and it was about defense counsel's question that prompted this to be asked, to then come up, or to then have heard Ms. Montgomery's response. I think that the state has articulated, hopefully clearly enough in its response, that regardless of even if there had been a specific conversation that was about this is the full details of something happening in the middle of the night. Even if that was there, that would not have been a violation of the sequestration order, nor is it new information that would have been shared with Ms. Montgomery, nor would she have been prohibited from having it, and nor does that equal a violation of Brady under O'Brien. There is nothing new here. The defendant's argument is essentially that opposing party preps a witness. All of that should be discoverable, and it's not. It's if there's a suggestion to the witness of how to testify, that may be an issue with regards to what the substance is, but not testimony in general. To be able to remember that at all times, the most important thing is to tell the truth, to make sure that you understand the answer to the question being asked before you give an answer, to make sure that you use your own words to answer a question and don't accept an attorney's words, regardless of which table they happen to be standing at. That is not some sort of suggestive information, and providing that information to a witness is not something that is then in exchange something that is exculpatory for the defendant, or is somehow sharing information for the witness. It's not a surprise to Kayla Montgomery that the defendant would be arguing that she's the one who killed Harmony, since those are some of the exact same questions that she was asked from investigators at the beginning, even back to the very first proffer, was about establishing that she's not the individual who had done this. So here, the opposing party doesn't need to say everything that was discussed with the witness and witness prep. That's not Brady material. And what the defendant's argument is to try to say that somehow a violation of a sequestration order, which did not happen, then generates exculpatory material in Brady. And it's Okay, I'm sorry, but that's not the case. That's not how Brady operates. That's not how the sequestration order operates.
All right, thank you.
And again, I think it might be on there, but there is a point where Attorney Knowles said, I don't believe I asked anything of Attorney Garrity. And Attorney Garrity, in fact, said, I was contacted to and requested to apprise Kayla.
Right. I heard him to say, though, that he wasn't requesting information from Attorney Garrity. And Attorney Garrity testified that he just spoke to her when she was here that morning. So in any event, I don't think there was no apprising of testimony. I hear what you're saying. I've read your motion. I'll reread it. I'll reread the state's responsive pleading.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on that, Attorney Smith?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. I know you have another commitment. Attorney Brooks, did you have some language you wanted to give me for the proposed instructions that I gave to you regarding the defendant's absence, or I wasn't sure whether you were just saying.
I have not drafted anything myself, Your Honor.
It's something beyond the standard instruction about if the defendant chooses not to testify.
Love you, Tracy.
Oh, you want something specific to his his absenting himself
That
throughout
should
the
play
trial?
no role in the jury's consideration. That itself does not constitute evidence, and the jury should not speculate.
I'm sorry, I'm speculating.
Okay, was there anything else other than that you wanted changed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and you've reviewed the charges the instructions on the charges themselves?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Anything from the state other than that?
No, not at all, Your Honor. We reviewed the instructions ourselves. We reviewed the jury verdict form. We have no other suggestions or alterations. Thank you.
Okay. Just see, I just want to make sure that I've covered. Okay.
And I don't mean to be disrespectful.
No. I know you do have to accomplish something. Okay, can you just approach for just one more moment?
This lady, who is paying this lady? I mean, if I don't care what they say, I would be judging him for not showing up. Yes, most definitely. And I'm glad that the judge sees through the BS, because she's trying her best to blame this on Kayla. And like the prosecuting attorney said, we've already ruled that out. So Adam should have spoke up before Kayla if he thought that she hurt Harmony. Why didn't he speak up? Because he was the one who done it. There's more than just Kayla as a witness to this. It's making me mad. This case is making me mad, y'all. I'm sorry. If this man gets out of it, he is going to hurt someone else. Another child. He's got 3 other children besides Harmony. If he goes around those children, there's a good chance he could hurt those children. What is wrong with this woman? She knows this man is violent. Oh, and the jury is judging that Adam did not show. Oh, you better believe it. Yes. They're asking these people to ignore their God-given instinct. How pathetic. Exactly. But they probably won't. I don't know if she is court appointed or public defender. Big difference. Court appointed have their.
Yes, right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
This judge knows he's guilty, and she is not going to dismiss it, no matter what that crazy lady says. In my opinion. She's not going to dismiss it. It's going on to the jury. The jury's going to make the decision. I understand that she wants to do her job, but when it comes to innocent children and the safety of our public, yeah, no, not good at all. I think the jury is seeing Adam on the monitor. We just don't get to see him. I don't know, but I think he needs to show his face. That's what I think. Hang on, y'all. I'll be right back. I got to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
An innocent child and an unthinkable tragedy.
5-year-old Harmony Montgomery disappeared in 2019.
So you just need to find out where she is. I have nothing to say.
Now her own father stands trial for her brutal murder.
I did not kill my daughter Harmony, and I look forward to my upcoming trial.
So many questions that come back to the same question. How could this happen?
The murder of Harmony Montgomery trial. Live coverage today, only
Okay, so
on
obviously
Court TV.
it's done. They're done for the day. Oh, how do you guys feel about it? Christine, you want to come up and give your opinions? I know you got an opinion. I'll put the link out. While we're waiting for Christine, I'm going to pull up the video of the girl, the little girl the Cunningham little girl that was doing the tattoo. Let's see. Would this attorney allow Adam to babysit her grandchildren or be around her grandchildren? I bet no. So why should she rest the rest of the public? Exactly. It's all about the mighty, mighty dollar. Okay, so this is the video of Audrey Cunningham tattooing somebody. I don't know who it is that she's tattooing, but if this guy is letting her tattoo or she's doing the tattoo on him, to me, that's a form of grooming. So here we go. I'll let y'all see it. This is Audrey Cunningham doing the tattoo, and I don't know who she's doing it on. It's somebody's back, but to me, that's a form of grooming if it has anything to do with that man. And I pray that they find her. They're still out there looking for her today. I hope she's still alive. But at this point, I don't know. I mean, this guy she obviously trusted and liked. Look, she's getting his blood on her. That's disgusting. This is horrible, you guys. So yeah, this is her doing a tattoo. I don't know who she's giving the tattoo to, but this is the video everybody was wanting to watch. What do you think about this whole Harmony case, Christine? The state did. I think they could have been a little bit more aggressive though, but they were today for sure. What's up?
I am over here mad.
I know.
That lady. Hang on, let me turn my computer off here. I was looking on my computer so I could type. There. Okay.
She was tattooing Steve.
Yeah, that right there, that little girl's being groomed.
She's being groomed, yes. Trust this man. And just like the man said, I don't want to get this case mixed up with Harmony's case, but I did want to show those people I'll probably come on a little bit later and talk about that a little more in depth. But what do you feel about Harmony's case? Are you feeling okay today, Christina?
I was mad. I was mad. I
I know.
thought this lady is crazy. Dismissed second-degree murder. Is she out of her mind?
She was pushy too. She was trying to be very pushy with the judge.
And why were they being mean to the one lady, Rebecca, when they had the guy who rented the truck? Just he was in his prison suit, and they were treating him like a king.
Yeah, I know. That's how it goes.
What the heck?
He wasn't giving
I
out.
mean,
No.
he actually rented the truck that took Harmony's body at least 50 miles away from wherever they did with her, because that truck on the speedometer, when they brought it back, had over 100 miles on it. So that tells me they at least went 50 miles to put her wherever they put her,
Yep.
to come back to return the truck. So
Yep.
they had to at least go at least 45 to 50 miles away from wherever they got that truck.
Right. If
Does that make
anything,
sense?
yes. If
And then
anything,
here they just question him and let him get away with, saying whatever, not asking how far did the truck go? How far did you go? How far, they just gave him, yes, I rented the truck. That they didn't even grill him like they did her about
exactly.
his criminal past.
They did not.
That's why I'm just like, I was over here
I know.
mad as can be.
Well, if anything, both of them no. I mean, Adams admitted to hiding the body and all that. So, if anything, charge their asses both for second degree murder, not just one, both. Since they don't know which one did it, charge them both.
Well, I will say this. Kayla testified that he started beating her and was paranoid that, things were being bugged. And there you have the maintenance guy that said the exact same thing that Kayla said.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give it to her that she was telling the truth about that, because that maintenance man doesn't owe Kayla or Adam anything.
Yeah, and plus the girl in jail didn't even know Kayla. She was friends with the other girl.
Why didn't
So
they ask the maintenance man what did he pull up after he snaked that bathtub?
I know they probably did
Why didn't they ask Kayla how many times did Adam strike Harmony that she seen? I didn't hear
they
that.
did.
Did you?
They did, but she said she couldn't count. They did ask her. I seen that.
So, they did say it, and she said she couldn't count. So that means many times.
Many times, yeah.
Yeah. I just
Very, and she testified that Harmony had blood on her face from days earlier,
Yep.
not from that night. So they didn't bath that baby. They probably let her sit and pee and poop for days. I question if they even fed her.
I'm telling
They
you.
would know
Oh,
that she wasn't emancipated. Like, there's a reason why Kayla don't want Harmony found.
oh yeah. Well,
You
it's
know,
been years now, so she would just be bones.
she would just be bones.
So, I mean, even if something
Poor baby.
uh more abuse other than physical abuse happened to her,
Yeah.
it wouldn't show. She's
No,
just
not
bones
now.
now.
Not now. Right.
But
That's
Harmony needs justice, and I pray that the state gets the strength, that God gives the state the strength, the tools, the aggression to bring this baby's to justice for this baby, be her voice. I mean, all this melancholy questioning was killing me.
I know. And then they were just what they did to that little lady that was like that little lady just now, the one that testified that he
Rebecca Maines was her name. Rebecca Maines.
But why would she lie? If she was friends with Adam, what would be her purpose of lying?
She ain't gonna lie. She
They were
wasn't
trying to say
lying.
that she made a deal, but she didn't.
I
We
think that
didn't
guy
know.
just wanted to be a bully. The defense attorney wanted to be a bully. He's seen his opportunity to try to read off all of her criminal stuff. She already said she was a criminal. She already admitted all of it. What's the point? They were just trying to discredit her. That's all.
Weezer says, we don't like baby killers in New Hampshire. I have every faith in my state and in the jury.
Get it, Weezer. Get it.
There you go.
Weezer.
And I would be the same way if it was in my county or in my state.
Yeah.
You know?
I've been on a jury before, and I will
Very.
tell you now,
Hmm.
just because Adam wasn't there, that says a lot to the jury.
Yes, it does.
It says a lot. And I don't care if they see his face or not. The testimony, seeing the wall plates and the rails that held the wall plates up and seeing the blood on it, that goes a long way.
Yeah. Well, he admitted to covering up her unaliving. But it comes down to ultimately between him and Kayla. And before I'd let him off, I'd sure as hell charge both of them.
If I had to choose one or the other, I'd choose Adam hands down. That guy
Me
is a
too.
monster. That guy
He is
is
a
a straight up. He is not
he's a
only was he a danger to Harmony, but he is a danger to society.
he
Period.
is.
And if he
Well,
gets let off, he's got other kids. You don't
oh,
think that guy is going to be around other children? Yeah, he is.
yes, he
I would
is.
rather Kayla get off than Adam. If we had to choose, hands down, Adam needs to go to prison, the deepest, darkest dungeon there ever is.
Yes, I agree. And Kayla needs to go to jail too, but that's not going to happen, as we know.
Nope.
She's
We
going to
all
get
know
out.
whoever rolls first gets the deal, and she rolled first.
And I just pray that they stop her from coming and visiting him, because he shouldn't have the right to see her and she shouldn't have the right to see him or those kids.
Yeah.
Those kids are
As far
victims
as
of.
I know, I think she lost her custody of her kids, didn't she?
Yeah, but her mom's got them. I think her mom has them.
Oh, her mom's got them?
Yeah, but I'm not sure 100%, but I was told that her mom had custody of those children. How do we know her mom didn't know about what happened to Harmony?
That'd be like another, I won't even say.
I don't understand why they would give her mom custody. I don't know. That's crazy.
That is crazy. My nose is
Yeah.
starting to bleed.
Oh no.
I'm gonna turn my camera off, y'all, because my nose is getting ready to bleed. So
Do you get the hard court camera? Are you getting the harder chemo tomorrow?
yeah, I get 3 chemicals instead of just 2 tomorrow.
That's what I
I gotta go
thought.
see my surgeon in the morning and discuss what the plan is, which is going to be a double mastectomy, and
Uh-huh.
then after that, which my husband and I already discussed it, and I've got triple negative, stage 3, grade 3 breast cancer. So that means it's a high chance because it's in the lymph nodes that'll come back in the other breast. So we've discussed it, and I'm gonna choose a double mastectomy. But I get to
That's
talk to him tomorrow in the morning. Then I go to the lab for blood work. Then I go to the oncologist for him to, read the results, which I already know what they are, of the ultrasound of my breast that I just did this week
yeah.
and blood test results. And then after that, I go for the 4-hour treatment of chemo tomorrow.
Mm. Do you think there'll be any changes in the chemo plan?
I do. I think there might be. I think they might. I mean, there's 2 really stubborn lymph nodes that has not even been affected by the treatment. There are,
Mhm.
the actual tumor that's in the breast has softened, but
Uh-huh.
it's still a big size.
Yeah.
So, but there have been a couple of the affected lymph nodes, the smaller ones, that have dissipated. So, I mean, it's working. It
Yeah.
just, it's probably going to have to be a little more aggressive. I look for him to say that they start the red devils or like sooner.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. And, it just depends on what he says. He might say, might need chemo a little bit longer and a little bit stronger with adding the red devil instead of waiting. So I don't know. It's just a really aggressive cancer. And,
I
there
just
is
feel
no
like they
cure for it. I'll always have it because it's in my lymph nodes now.
I just wonder, I just feel like maybe they should just go ahead and take it out. Get
They
rid
might,
of
I
it.
mean, my surgeon might just say that. He might say, well, you want to just go ahead and start. I don't know. It's just, my surgeon brought up a good point. He said the smaller it is, the more that I can assure that I get it.
Yeah.
But if there's two of them that's not really showing much progress, he might just say, you know what, let's just
Let's
take it out now and then finish up your chemo after. But the only thing about that is my immune system is down so low
Mhm.
that I have a high chance of infection.
Yeah.
Because normally before surgery, they give you a 3-week or a 6-week
Mhm.
rest period so that you can rebuild your immune system
Yeah.
before you go into surgery.
Yeah.
But he may say, let's not even do that. Let's just go for it. It's just, I don't
But
know.
your
I
white
don't know what
count
they're
has
going to say.
been
Huh?
okay, right?
What?
What is your white count been or your
Well, I've
ANC?
had those boosters, so it's been in the average range.
That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
absolutely awesome.
I mean, their
Oh,
plan is right on. I mean, their plan is definitely spot on. And this plan has not, like, the drugs has not even been available for, and just only in the past 5 years have they had this for the triple negative breast cancer. Usually
mhm.
people who are diagnosed with the triple negative didn't have such a good success rate, but in the last 5 years, they've had a lot of studies going on, and um, it's been pretty successful. So I'm really hopeful that, you know, we're going to beat this.
Yes. Thank God.
Yeah.
And I just feel
Listen
like
to
they
me. Listen to my voice. I'm hoarse from yelling at the TV screen.
I know. It's easy to
I want
do.
justice for this baby.
I do too. I want justice too, but unfortunately the law is all jacked up and it's just I don't know.
What do you
I
think about little Audrey Cunningham? You think she's
alive?
still on Earth or no?
No.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think she's out there in that lake somewhere where they found her backpack. I think he took her out there and put her in that dam.
I think so too. I think they also said they found a shoe. And did you see the note that was in the notepad? What it said? It says, "Send help," or "Send help now."
Who, the little girl wrote that?
It was near her backpack. It was a book. It was a notepad that said, "Send help now."
Did they think that
Please
it
send help. That's what it said. Please send help.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Poor baby.
It was I don't know if it was in the book bag or if it was next to the book bag.
I think if he had her hit out, he would have already told, unless
I think
somebody
so
else is
too.
involved.
And I
But
think if it was a custody kidnapping, I think that this guy, he's got enough charges on him. He would not want to go down for the mom or the dad. I think he
no,
would have said, "Oh, I'm out of this. This is where she is. I don't want to be in the middle of this anymore. I've got my own charges," because
no,
he has
he's
a
got
yeah, he's
agendas.
got charges for stabbing somebody in the leg that he
Oh
has to stand up
yeah,
for.
and he was convicted of enticing another child. Like
Yep,
he,
back in
yeah. So
2007. Oh
why
yeah,
did they make him a registered sex offender? I don't know. They fall through the cracks.
I don't know.
Always some cracks somewhere that
He probably made a plea deal. I'm telling you, those plea deals.
I think when it comes to kids, that should be off limits. Like with 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 Harmony's case, yeah, they needed to know what happened, but I still think that she should be charged, and she may still be charged because they caught her in several lies during
Right.
trial.
And she swore not to lie. So,
Mhm.
but
20
if
times
if
charged.
she is, then her testimony against Adam could be jeopardized, and we
Over
don't
trial.
want that. We can't have our cake and eat it too, you know what I mean? We either believe that she's telling the truth or we believe that she's lying.
I believe
If
she's
she's
telling
lying,
the truth,
that
but I
is an opening for the defense to say, well, if she lied about this, why aren't we saying that she lied against Adam? So, I
I
mean, it's
think
a
she's lying.
double-edged sword. Either the jury's going to believe Kayla 100% or, they're going to go after her for being a liar. If they go after her for being a liar, then her testimony against Adam is kaput.
Mhm. I believe that the part about Adam unaliving her is the truth, but I believe Kayla has got more involvement than what she's saying.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I mean, she
Yeah.
knows that she's guilty for allowing this man to be a monster to that child, but I think in her distorted mind of thinking filled of drugs with heroin and cocaine and meth that she figured, I've got my own 2 kids to look after. This is Harmony is Adam's problem, and however he punishes Adam, that's on him because that's his daughter, not my daughter. I think that's her thinking
Right.
of it.
I think you're right, Christine.
And she
Yeah.
didn't do anything to help poor little Harmony because it was none of her business. And Adam might have said, "It's none of your business. This is my daughter, not yours, so shut your mouth."
Did he hate Crystal that bad to where he wanted to hurt? Crystal said that he would do anything to hurt her. So obviously he hated
This might have
Crystal.
been a way to get to hurt Crystal, I don't know, but, you
Yeah.
know, for a man that's on cracked out on drugs and then this kid is pooping and peeing its pants, he probably and he obviously has 0 self-control, and all he cared about is his narcissistic self and his
Mhm.
drugs. He didn't care about his other kids or Kayla, he just cared about his needs, his wants, and everybody better tiptoe on eggshells or else you get
And
the hammer.
I guarantee you that he was abusive to those other kids too. Or
Oh,
why
most
else would
definitely.
Harmony try to stop the baby from crying? You know,
Exactly.
it could have been one of
And
those
we
other.
don't even know that that is absolute the truth because we know Adam is a liar. So
Mhm.
that might have been just his way of justifying to himself or whoever heard the story why
Mhm.
he backhanded Harmony.
Yeah.
That may have been a whole story just to justify, which there is no justification to ever backhand a child like that.
Mhm.
Ever, ever, for no reason. That's baloney. And if somebody would have tried to sell me that story, I would have called them out on it because that's bullcrap. He probably
Yeah.
just said that to justify why she had a black eye.
Yeah. I just don't get why he told that other girl. Like he said he hated her. Like I wouldn't want to be friends with somebody that said they hated their daughter. Like who would want a man that says that they despise their own flesh and blood because she reminds them of her ex? It's not Harmony's fault.
Right.
Which makes me think to this day he could give 2 shits about what he done to her. Well,
Well,
you see,
another thing I think might have angered him is that she probably was see what happened was from what I could read is
Mhm.
that Crystal had to choose the cases for her younger son and then the case for Harmony came up at the same time.
Yeah,
And so she chose to go to her youngest son's adoption versus um, Harmony's placement. So instead of being there and asking for a continuance, she
yeah,
wasn't there to say that. So that's how Adam got custody of Harmony is that no one protested or asked for a continuance. So the judge ended up just giving Adam, the natural father, custody of Harmony because there was no one to contest it.
yeah. She was charged with neglect of Harmony too. Like they took Harmony from her for because of neglect.
Absolutely. Yep.
So what was she doing to Harmony to neglect her? Doing drugs?
Drugs.
Exactly. Like 4 times they gave Crystal a chance.
That baby was filled around so many drugs, so
Hmm.
much abuse. So who knows what this child has put up
Endure.
with?
Yeah. God said enough is enough. She's coming back to me.
Yes, he did.
I really believe
I
that.
still want justice for her, though. I want those attorneys
I
to
do too.
pray with all they have to be this little girl's voice because right now they are all that she has.
Yes, and I'm sure those witnesses that come up on there and they think, well, I'm doing this for her. I'm
Right?
doing this for her. I know that woman did because she
Oh,
looked
yeah.
directly at the jury, and I believe she was really doing it for Harmony and the uncle.
And the
Now,
uncle. Yep.
Kayla was doing it to save her ASS.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she was. She didn't care about Harmony. Maybe
Mm-mm,
now people have guilted her into caring about Harmony, but when it was going on, no.
mm-hmm.
She probably had her hands full trying to keep his disgusting, degrading, narcissistic ass away from, excuse me, my language, away from the other 2 kids. And I have a feeling that if the anger was pointed towards Harmony, well, it wasn't being pointed towards her and her boys. That's
Well,
how I think it went down because this guy has to have a punching bag. He has to have someone to put his
yeah,
aggression and all of his anger out on. And once Harmony was gone, it turned to Kayla.
yep. But I don't. I can't say I feel
I'm not
sorry.
saying I feel sorry for her,
For
not at all, because that just was just
her.
a
Again.
smidgen of what poor little Harmony went through. Did her face get covered with a blanket after she got her butt beat from him? No.
I
Nope.
think Kayla whipped on her too. And which, if she wasn't willing to get up and take Harmony and change her and clean her up that day because she was so drugged
She didn't even
out,
change her own kids.
them boys was not took care of either. I
She
guarantee
said
you.
she didn't. She
Yeah.
said the 2-year-old was pooping and peeing on himself too, and she didn't
And
change them either.
yeah.
She was lazy and she was on drugs and she didn't give a rat's cahoot about anything but her, Adam, and getting drugs. That's all she
You know
cared
who
about.
she reminds me of? Leilani Simon.
Yep, same
She
thing.
reminds me of Leilani.
And little Quentin.
Yep. I swear I believe it. I believe that she reminds me so much of him, of her. Hey,
Yeah.
Peppermint Patty. He knew he could control Crystal with Harmony and hurt
Yep.
Crystal. Yep.
Yep.
It's part of his narcissistic behavior.
Yep. And that man obviously twisting the phone out of that driver's hand, he has no self control. He thought he was the man. He thought he was the guy. You cross him and he will mess you up. That's how he thought.
Yeah.
Because
Manipulative.
why? Because he hits around women and children. That's how his power, that's what he thought he was powerful about. I don't hear
Yeah.
him hitting
God.
around a man.
Did you see how big he was? A big, muscly man like that.
Backhanding a little 35-pound 5-year-old. Yeah.
And
Big
this,
man. Big man he is.
I bet the child had many, many fractures and subdural hematomas.
Oh
And
yeah.
the last one was the final one. I think that
And here she already had little eye problems and here he is punching her in the face and the head. Oh, that makes me so angry. I just want to
he was probably doing more than that. He was probably kicking her and everything else. Kayla was.
I can't even picture it because it makes me so angry.
I swear it makes me angry.
Yeah.
It makes me so angry this.
That's why it makes me angry at our state prosecution, because I want them to go for it. I want them to be aggressive. I want them to be like, listen here, this is what poor little Harmony suffered, and this is why she suffered, and I'm going to prove to you why it is that it was at the hands of Adam Montgomery. I
Yeah.
want them to be like Harmony's little voice. I want them to be aggressive with it. I want them to be like in your face, like that dumb defense attorney was doing to that Rebecca Maines. That's how I want our prosecution to be towards getting proof that, at no shadow of a doubt, that it was Adam Montgomery's final blows that took Harmony's life. And I want them to be aggressive about it. I want them to be like, there is no other option. This is what you're going to do. And he needs to be charged with second-degree murder, since it can't be first degree. I want the jury, to be like biting at the bit to convict him.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's all melancholy. The whole thing is just like ho hum, ho
Well,
hum.
he was getting a little bit aggressive there, right when she was trying to get those charges dropped.
Yeah, he was. He was feeling the hand of God right there. That's what he was doing.
Yeah, he was. And so he was getting pissed, and maybe during closing argument, it'll be the big guy instead of the skinny guy, because remember, the skinny guy did opening. And so hopefully the big guy will get up there and you know, do his thing.
Yeah.
But so
Yeah,
far,
so the tall, skinny guy is kind of like he's watching like a tennis match or something.
he might not even be an attorney. He might be he might be training to be a DA or something. Or
Well, this is not the case for him to train on.
no.
If that's what it is, I'm telling you, let me up there. Let me up there. I'm telling you what, those people would not get away with that.
No. I agree.
But I will say the judge was like, "Oh, heck no. Denied, denied, denied." I was like, "Oh yeah, keep going.
Well, that
Deny,
woman,
deny, deny." Those charges will not be dismissed. No. Those are on the board completely.
and that woman just kept on pushing. Like, shut the fudge up.
I know. I kept saying, "Lady, hush. Just sit down and hush. Just sit down, get your knitting needles and hush. Just hush." All she does is just babble, babble, babble. She asked the same questions when she was doing the questioning over and over and over again. I thought, lady, you just asked that. And the witness isn't going to fall for your let me ask you a different way kind of tactic. Come on. Some of these are career criminals. They're not going to fall for your old lady stuff.
Mm-mm. And I felt like that I felt like she was getting annoyed with her, and she was like, I don't care what you say. That's what I felt like that judge was wanting to say.
Yeah. Well, it was almost like the attorney was talking to the judge like the judge was a dummy. And I think the judge caught on to that, like, don't stop using these little fancy words that you think mean something, because they don't.
Right. And she was talking to her like she was a dummy. Like she knows it.
Exactly. And the judge was like, "Oh, heck no. This ain't happening up in here in this court." So good. I hope that maybe by the defense attorney, old lady trying to make the judge look like a dum-dum, the judge is going to have a little bit of a resentment against her throughout the rest of this case, I hope.
Well, she tried to be respectful to her, but you could tell she was getting annoyed.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Well,
We all need to pray that God puts his hands on these attorneys and on these jurors and allow little Harmony to receive her justice. Whether her body is found or not, her spirit is up alive in heaven, and she still needs justice so that she can rest in peace at least.
Mm-hmm. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Hey, Daisy, my nose is really bleeding. I'm going to have to jump down. I'll come back up after I get it under control.
Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and end the live right now, anyways, because
All
the
right.
case is over. But thank you for coming up.
You're welcome. Thanks for letting me come up. All right. Love y'all. I'll be thinking of y'all tomorrow, and I'll be listening in the bushes.
Okay. You
All
have
right.
a
Love
great
you.
day. Love you. Bye,
Love you.
honey.
Love y'all. Bye. Have a good day.
Bye, Christine. Y'all, I want to thank you for coming out and joining me tonight. And today, I will be back this evening to talk about the little Cunningham girls case. I don't want to intertwine it with Harmony's case, y'all. So I think I'm going to take a break. I'll be back this evening. I love you guys. Thank you so much for everybody that supports my channel. If you've not liked and subscribed, please hit that like and subscribe button. And go on over to Beautiful Designs and subscribe over there. I've almost got 1,000 subscribers over there. I love y'all. Y'all stay prayed up. Stay tuned. I will be back this evening. Stay prayed up. Stay safe out here on these YouTube streets. These streets are gangster out here, y'all. But I love you guys. God bless you. And have a good day, okay? Love you guys. Bye, everybody.
Inside of me, you better watch out if you ignite me. The road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest feast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more, freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. Adrenaline pressure, it's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honestly. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. He's locked away inside with the key control, by fight or flight. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it.